that strengthen the ecosystem, that multi-players are coming together to come up with, the standards. Ahead of elections in these countries, we pushed for what we called charters and pledges. Pledges by the political players, pledges by the ecosystem players that they will uphold the values of churning out verified factual information. And the EMPs, to this end, we managed to work on the continental framework for engagement and regulation of social media during elections. This was adopted by the EMPs across the continent, but being led by South Africa's Independent Electoral Commission. So we have seen that if we are deliberate, there is a possibility that you can actually engage the type of content that is churned out, and how you give responsibility to the players to have a role in and also the users having a sense of responsibility of the post-election violence and the internet shutdown. We had to activate other means of strategic litigation, actually approaching the South African mobile network operator Vodacom to give us the paper trail on how they shut down the internet. That kept us on loop and engaged on the Mozambican situation, and trying to ensure that, again, the citizens of the world, they have access to internet for informed decision making. Thank you.
And coalitions are working together to strengthen information integrity. We just heard from Patricia, they're working with platforms, engaging with platforms. At the same time, when platforms shut down, or even government shuts down some of these apps, or even the networks, it's everyone who gets disadvantaged, including governments themselves, and also all citizens. We've heard from Moyo how stakeholders work together, CSO stakeholders, election management bodies also, because they also face the same challenges that we are facing, getting information that is not factual, or being blurred from the right information, so that they don't know which ones to get access to. Network throttling, challenges that are being seen here. And I'll paint another thing that's happening currently, which is causing tension between Kenyans at immigration at the Tanzanian border. Yesterday, it was razor sharp tension, where Kenyans were trying to tell the immigration that tunakuja kwa uzuri, we are coming for the Internet Governance Forum, because there's a hot online between parliamentarians and Kenyans right now online, that and Tanzanians themselves are for each other's intention. On behalf of Kenyans, tunakuja kwa uzuri, and this session is very, we are not touching on online abuse that is happening. We are doing research, and we are engaging to strengthen information integrity. I just felt like I needed to say that. Let's come now to Tanzania. And for our stakeholders in Tanzania, what I think would be useful is if you could paint for us, how do you see information integrity shaping up in Tanzania? And what are stakeholders and coalitions doing in strengthening information integrity? I think I'll also come to you and the audience to give a picture around what threats do we see coming, spreading, or coming on information integrity this year. How are they shaping out, if we have already seen them? Are they going to be worse? Are they being, as stakeholders, taking care of it? How is it shaping up? So I'll start with you, Asha.
I think maybe before we observe on how they're being shaped up and everything, one of the most complex observations has been that for to be able to understand because when you talk about disinformation, information integrity in general, I think it is a whole different case when you talk about information integrity in relation to elections. It becomes very, very different. The same thing, which is the same attributes of information integrity for something which is maybe community based might be supported by any actor in politics. But now, when the politics when the integrity is around uh, uh, aside from the aside from defining, you define what people can abide, and now who is listing the attributes of what can be disinformation, especially in cases where we know information is variable, like no information is not constant. Information is a whole lot of weeks, whole lot of cycles in during election. And then again, but out there, your media partner maybe is defining the attributes of disinformation. I think that is a very important aspect to look into as well. But the other one I would say, I think a bit significant is the power dynamics. Who has mandate? Because I'll to give an example, as we have house that we had a certain politician in the country who gave his opinions on what's happening. So the to decide just to cover what does happen when 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 you look at those three facts, then you can sort of look into now what kind of disinformation is there, and is it related to the community, and does it have any political actors? And I would also like to confirm, the reasons I'm saying political actors is because
have the information there. But information has just said that there's a piece of information that came as speech spread online, and even those who
elections. We have a case for Togo. We have one Nigeria. I think there was something like partial, sort of work. And then also we have Guinea. Recently, we're in Kenya, CIPESA with partners, ICG and the rest, where we filed a case on the same internet shutdowns before the court. So strategic litigation works, yes, but also let's do our advocacy in line with the guidelines from the AU, because that's like a backing level that we have as practitioners in the space. So let's look at the UPR reports that people do put out. Then you'll also see that there is progress. Sometimes we complain a lot. We say, oh, this is happening. But when you've done an evaluation of reports from different countries in the different regions, you see there is progress somewhere. And when there is that progress, let's also rise up to acknowledge it and work with governments to say, this is working in this country. Can we now push it there? I'm bringing this because there is someone, I think, from the Data Protection Office that mentioned that the sort of bridge that they have now to train people. I'm sorry, I'm wrapping up. But I think it is one way to do this. We have to work with the governments. We have to work with the AU. We have to work with the intermediaries, the Metas, the Google, the Microsofts, because in the end, it's the symbol. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think from the floor there were questions around trust from marginalized communities, and I think the best is to improve on information and media literacy, breaking it down into digestible chunks, but also strengthening fact checkers as a defense line. The downgrading of third-party fact-checking mechanisms by Facebook and X, these are now information junkyards. So we need fact checkers. The third component being around strengthening legal and regulatory mechanisms. Many countries in the region are sprouting cyber security laws with limited capacity from civil society to engage on the matter on large scale. On narrow technical scale, yes, but large scale is quite limited. The second part is around capacity building, especially to maneuver in frenemies coalitions where you have enemies and friends in one. How to maneuver. At one moment, we had a challenge to negotiate the cyber security law in Zambia, where the government brought 46 lawyers and we had 3 as civil society. So how do you maneuver in such a circumstance? How do you delay things? How do you stall? How do you push for the next meeting, among other things? In a nutshell, thank you.
Thank you very much. I will not attempt to summarize what the panelists have said, but I think they've done a great job, plus you guys, in painting out the picture of what information integrity looks like and what we are doing. And I think it's been valuable to us in this project. I think this one is making noise because the other one. This is valuable to us and even in the next phases of this project. I'd just like to mention that this is the first of coalition meetings, and we've taken advantage of the IGF to have it broader, to have an African-wide one. But we are also going to have a Tanzanian one, I think 2, as we approach elections, and another one to conclude what really happened during the election, how did it look like, and what lessons can we give for other countries which are also approaching election. So I'd like us to give a round of applause to our panelists and for those who engage with us. Thank you. And if you'd like to get involved in this project, please register your name and contacts with Joyness, who's there. If Joyness, you can hand. Yes, that's the one. Please let her know and she will put your records down. Thank you.
Welcome to our session. My name is Imani Henrik. I will be your moderator. Our session's name is From Harm to Healing, Addressing Technology-Facilitated Gender-Based Violence in Africa's Digital Space. I would love to take this opportunity to welcome my panelist, Ms. Elizabeth Orembo, ICT researcher and Board of Trustee from Kiktanet, Kenya. Thank you. Ms. Esther Nyapendi, Digital and Gender Rights Women of Uganda Network, WOGNET. Karibu sana. Ms. Nancy Angulo, Sector Lead and Communication and Information from UNESCO. Karibu sana. And Janet Kahindi, Policy and Programs Coordinator from Tech and Media Convergence, Tanzania. And finally, Ms. Zuleha Fundi, Minister Counselor at the Permanent Mission of the United Republic of Tanzania in Geneva. So karibuni sana. Can we sit from the front seats? Thank you. Yes, please. Okay. Before I go to my beautiful panelists, I just want to throw this question to my audience. We are discussing about technology-facilitated gender-based violence. When you hear this statement or word, what comes in your mind? Just one word. Thank you. Another one? Oh, just a single word. I've got only hate. Wow. Thank you. Another one? Thank you. Okay, I think we are on the same page, right? So I'll give round of introduction. Just 1 minute. Introduce yourself because I've just stated your name and just a single title. Probably you have multiple. Karibuni sana. Yes, let's start with Janet.
I hope this microphone is working.
Yeah.
It's working.
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Janet John Kahindi. I'm a Policy and Programs Coordinator at Tech and Media Convergence. She said one title, but I'm also a lawyer. If I do not say that, my 4 years was a struggle. Thank you.
You see?
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Liz Orembo. If you said that you should only say one title, I'd rather describe myself by not what I do for work.
I mean, I said I've just mentioned a single title.
Oh,
so if
okay.
you have another one, you just mention it yourself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. For the purpose of this meeting, without being too political, I am a researcher at Research ICT Africa, and I also coordinate the partnerships on global policies, things to do with the YCs, Global Digital Compact, and other UN processes on digital governance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I only have that one title, which is the sector lead for communication and information at the UNESCO office in Dar es Salaam. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Everything has been said, but fundamentally, I'll still alter it. I'm an information technologist. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Zuleha. I'm an officer at the Tanzania Permanent Mission in Geneva. I'm a lawyer by profession, but I coordinate the ITU and other digital aspects in Geneva. I also coordinate the African group right now on digital matter. And currently, as the previous speakers say, I also actively participate in the YCs Plus 20 review and the Global Digital Complex as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So please allow me to start with Janet. We have heard from the audience what comes in their mind when they hear technology facilitated gender-based violence. So in a nutshell, tell us, what is it?
Thank you, Imani. I can also say what comes to my mind when I hear technology facilitated gender-based violence. It's the type of violence that first specifically it targets women, or not only women, but mostly it targets women. So it's a type of violence. First, it happens online, on digital platforms, and anything that concerns the internet in the digital world. And also it targets a certain group of people simply because they are of a certain gender. Yes.
TMC has been working very closely to media houses and journalists. I would love to hear what role does media play to address technology facilitated gender-based violence?
Okay. Media, first of all, media is a very essential part of addressing anything, be it a problem, be it both the positive and the negative. And so, in the issue of technology facilitated gender-based violence, as we have moved from mainstreams to online medias and so forth, right now we can say everyone can be a journalist, even us who did not study for being journalists. Just simply because someone can access the internet and someone has a smartphone. Yeah. So the media can do a lot in either facilitating this gender-based violence or to use its voice to speak out and help the victims of the technology facilitated gender-based violence.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. What role should tech companies and platforms play in Africa's digital ecosystem to prevent, respond to, and mitigate technology-facilitated gender-based violence? And maybe how can regulatory mechanisms enforce accountability without stifling innovation?
For me, I would say beyond the laws, I think technologies should be more ethical, and technology companies should. I know they know that they have. They know that they're redesigning societies through how they design their content curation. What information do you see? What information do you tolerate? And how do they distribute that piece of information to the public? So they end up having that role where they normalize or they encourage some certain type of content through their business design, through their mission vision design into their algorithms and design of the technologies themselves. So they usually say that they use community guidelines, but what sort of community guidelines do they champion? Even from the countries, because African countries don't, the technologies that we use, we don't own them. They're not in the country. So they are from other jurisdiction, other laws, and designed with the visionaries whose vision are not from Africa. It could be a global vision, but are they ethical when it comes to Africa? So I would say beyond laws, because right now I have been working in this area of online gender-based violence, and we've been working with members of parliament to develop laws that address online-based violence. The challenge with this is that at the end of the day, we've been having laws that actually address gender-based violence, but when they are live, it's not women who are not who use them, or they are not empowered to use, because going to court takes a lot of time. It also takes there's also that social impact that it has, the trauma, and also all that. People also don't know the processes of going to court, and at the same time, the people who are powerful use these laws to clamp on freedom of expression. People who don't say things that they are comfortable with. So I'd say in some areas, and I would say Kenya, we have some laws that can deal with gender-based violence. It's just that they are not specific. Like, for example, we have children's court, where you can take specific issues about children to the children's court. But when it comes to gender-based violence, we don't have those specific grievance mechanisms for vulnerable gender. So we end up with the same laws being used with the powerful people against expression instead of the same intention that they use. Last one, going back to, because I deteriorated a bit, going back to the tech companies and how they design their technologies, I think there needs to be more research, which we don't have visibility of. We just see the repercussions on how women are affected, but we don't know how, to what multitudes they are affected and all that. I think we should also work, tech companies should also work with stakeholders on the ground so that we have more visibility on how our vulnerable populations are affected.
Thank you so much. Let's go to Uganda. Earlier, Janet mentioned when we talk about technology facilitated gender-based violence, women are among the targeted groups. How do you empower women to respond from digital threats or gender-based violence that they face online through WOGNET?
Yes, thank you very much. But also piggybacking on what the previous speakers have talked about, I love the fact that the conversation has shifted from online gender-based violence and gone on to technology-facilitated gender-based violence. Looking at the fact that in the societies that we live in the grassroots that we are now living in, we still have women and girls that have the buttoned phones, those that don't access the internet, if you know what I'm talking about. And still into this, we realize that there is violence that occurs, that affects the women. A very good example is now that we are using mobile money. This is mobile money, a service that is used by Ugandans. I'm very certain by, Kenyans as well. It doesn't use the internet. It uses satellite technologies. And we realize that it's a very common service that women and girls are using in communities to transact, money to, for those that are doing businesses and so on. And so then we realize that even what we call fraud, I've been called several times, hello, type this code and, do this ABCD. And before you know it, if you're not very knowledgeable, then you are going to lose money, because then from their side, they have written those codes and then the money will transfer back to them. So I think that gets to the point when we're talking about technology facilitated gender-based violence, is that it encompasses all those types of violence that come into play when we actually use technology. And we need to actually then now define what technology is. Like I said, it's not only having a computer and being on the internet. Even those that are using button phones are using technology. And when we come to the recent technologies that have come in, and I think that should be a discussion that we think about, is how we are now using smart televisions. And those technologies use the internet. And we need to ask ourselves, how is the security when it comes to such technologies? Because we use them in our homes, we allow our children to use them, and there could be a chance that the app would be pressing anything. We've heard of case studies in the United States where hackers target children that are playing video games. Okay, but then back to the question. Still, when we look at technology-facilitated gender-based violence, I like to highlight the fact that it happens online and offline and vice versa. Okay, it can start online and then, spill to the physical space. And we have looked at those case studies in Uganda where someone has been excessively stalked, that at some point they will have someone now physically stalking them, but then it started online. And then for what we have done as Women of Uganda Network is capacity building. I think the conversation around capacity building and why it's never ending is that it's a process. It can't be a one, man's shoe feet that today you're doing capacity building and tomorrow it's done. We are continuously doing capacity buildings at all levels, but also ensuring that with the capacity building, we are addressing the needs of individual peoples. For example, when it comes to journalists, we are very specific on the type of capacity building that we are doing for them in terms of digital security and safety. When it comes to, women in politics, the women in limelight, I think that comes to, as an organization, sitting down and understanding what are the needs of these particular groups of people and how can we be able to pass on these skills. But looking at another very important aspect that we have been able to do is movement building. I think that is something that different organizations or societies need to come to play and understand. For example, we have had case studies in Uganda where women have been able to reach out. A good example, recently we were handling a case. I won't be mentioning the name because then I don't want to extend the violence. They reached out because their nude pictures had been exposed on WhatsApp, but they reached out to various avenues but weren't able to get help. But then we realized the aspect of movement building is that we tasked different individuals to reach out and report the case. And then these platforms will be able to know that this case is very urgent. And that is how we have been able to play around movement building. Another important point is we have had an online gender-based violence portal where we, provide resources. We provide referral systems for individuals that have gone through this violence, but also have a helpline that, our different communities can actually reach out and these are free of charge services. I will stop at that. And
Thank you so much. I'll get back to you, Esther, after hearing from Nancy. I would love to hear the experience maybe in Uganda, if there is the same sense in handling technology facilitated gender-based violence and offline violence, if it's the urgency is the same. But let's go first to Nancy. UNESCO has been instrumental in promoting media and information literacy across Africa. So how can these initiatives be connected to empower women and girls in Tanzania and the broader region to recognize, resist, and report technology facilitated gender-based violence?
Thanks, Imani. So UNESCO does work extensively in the area of promoting media and information literacy. And right now we can say media and information literacy is one of the most powerful tools we have in the fight against tech facilitated gender-based violence. Our work in the area is basically premised on the idea that access to information needs to come or needs to be accompanied by the ability to critically engage with the information that's being accessed. So it's important to ensure that media and information literacy, as we present it and as we implement it, does fit or suit the realities of women, girls, and men and boys on the ground. The moment you access information, you need to be able to identify that this is abuse, I'm being harassed, or this is violence. You need to know your rights and where you can, get remedy for what it is that you're facing. So it's sort of it's a 360 approach where it's accessing the information and knowing how to manage it, how to critically analyze it and manage the process after, in case you are being you do feel like violence has been or abuse has been committed against you. But it's also bringing in so many actors in the space where you have journalism, education institutes, you have community media even that go down to the grassroots. You have curriculum where students, where you're teaching citizens from the lowest grades that this is abuse, this is not abuse, this is how I can, engage with information well from the lowest classes. So that's basically it in terms of what it is that we do. But we do really try to make sure that it fits the realities of what it is that citizens, I don't say women and girls only, because it also affects men and boys, but that citizens are facing, and that they can address it.
In your role, you have been engaged with various stakeholders. So I would love to hear what collaborative strategies have win or have been effective in uniting government, civil society, and tech companies in combating technology-facilitated gender-based violence?
I'd say the most successful approach we have or that we're implementing right now is putting together or creating multi-stakeholder platforms. Biggest mistake, or maybe what we did in the past, or the biggest mistake we can do, is to address tech-facilitated violence in silos. If we're not coordinated, if we're duplicating efforts, it just really takes us back 10 steps as we take 2 steps forward. So the first thing, and one of the most successful approaches that we've had so far, is to put together the multi-stakeholder platforms to work on the issues, to ensure that there's safe sort of dialogue on the issues, so that everyone on the table is able to discuss the issues in a way that that's constructive, that actually pushes for action at all levels, policy level, technical capacity building, technical level, and down to the ground where organizations implement these activities. And to ensure that there's basically trust, we do play a very important or very key convening role and capacity building as well. But I think the biggest thing is just bringing everyone together and ensuring that the coordination on the matters from national level to grassroots level works.
Okay, now allow me to go to Ms. Zuleha Fundi. Drawing from your diplomatic experience in Geneva, how can the African stakeholders leverage international partnership to strengthen its policies against technology-facilitated gender-based violence?
Thank you. First of all, as you're aware, the African country has participated in different ICT digital platforms globally. And through that participation, we have our problems and challenges in regard to these matters. But we also work closely with stakeholders and international partners and in organizations, where through that engagement, Africa as a country could come up with a common understanding and stand where forward engagement can take place. But also through the engagement with stakeholders and international organizations, such as the ILO. Through the ILO, we have the WHO, we have the ITU. Like in the ILO, as we all know, that ILO focuses on providing guidelines on decent work environment and poor working condition and dignified jobs. So through it, we get guidelines that ensure to protect such inclusive rights. But also through the ITU, as you all know, ITU is the International Telecommunication Organization. It provides guidelines in issues such as the child protection, online child protection. These guidelines go further, but also through this organization, they do research and reports. So these reports provide data and information issue regarding to digital aspect, that gender issues when it comes to digital elements. But these similar stakeholders could also come up with, through initial collaboration, bilateral agreements with countries, could come up with policy programs or report assessment reports that could assist country to have a clear understanding of the issues that are taking place in regard to the issue that we're discussing right now. All in all, the multilateral system as a whole working together, because what affects you can easily affect me, especially in the element of technology. So we all work together and face this problem as one. Though the variety, though the gratitude can be different, but the goal to end or the goal to raise awareness is the same.
Thank you so much. Please hold the mic. Esther mentioned that fighting technology-facilitated gender-based violence, it's not an individual or a single organization job, but also we have heard from Nancy how the UNESCO collaborate with multi-stakeholders in combating it. Given your role in multilateral forum, what best practices have you observed internationally that could be adapted to address this challenge in Tanzania and East Africa at large?
I would say the best means is to enhance continuous collaborations with stakeholders, international organizations, but also through borrowing of sharing of best experience from neighboring country. So through that, you get to get what is done in another country, and then you align it with your domestic needs. But also, while doing all that, you take into account of the existing traditional and norms, because we also have to understand where we are or where we come from. We have different tradition, we have different beliefs, but also you take whatever you see and observe that is best practice, but you also internalize it to ensure that it reaches the ideal community for a common understanding. So I think the best thing is to do that, but to a continuous collaboration with stakeholders. And through that collaboration, we could also get capacity building and resource for awareness programs and for campaign, and also for skills and capacity building processes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My next question is to Esther, but I would love to hear yes or no from all of my panelists. Is there urgent treatment when it comes to, equality, when it comes to offline gender-based violence and tech-facilitated gender-based violence? Janet. We have the same urgent response. Yes or no? Yeah, that's yes or no.
No.
Do we have or do we need to have?
Do we have?
I-
What your experience like in Kenya when a person goes to the police and report that I've been threatened online, and someone goes to the raping case? Is these two cases treated in both urgent treatment or the same?
No, but I also don't think rape treatment is also being treated with the urgency that it's.
I just want to hear, I just wanted to hear that your experience, Nancy.
Definitely not. And I think it's, should I give a reason why?
No, you don't have to give a reason. And
No.
oh my God, Zuleha.
Limited as to yes and no, I'll say no, but I really wish to explain why.
I'll come back to you. So, Esther, since you are working around empowerment for women when it comes to tech-facilitated gender-based violence, how can stakeholders ensure that tech-facilitated gender-based violence is treated with the same urgency as offline gender-based violence in both legal and societal response?
When I think about that, I think what I would strongly put based on experience is resource allocation. Very importantly, when we have had the opportunity to, engage with, for example, the policymakers, there's still a very big gap when it comes to them being knowledgeable about what technology facilitated gender-based violence is. And when it comes to, of course, resource mobilization, then it involves convening them together and, having these conversations. And that means you have to come to a place like this. And like we said, capacity building is continuous. So you're not going to have one session with them. But of course, looking at the facts when it comes to as well mindset change, we've had instances where our victims or survivors have shared their scenarios, and it looks like the police officer is asking you, what were you doing online?
Okay.
That is very sad.
Thank you. Elizabeth, you mentioned something that caught my attention on big tech companies and the policies that they work and the way they make sure that there's equal treatment when it comes to content moderation and all that. So what I want to hear from you is, you have been worked on evidence-based research and public interest technology. How can African governments and civil society organizations collaborate more effectively to generate localized data and insights on tech-facilitated for policy and advocacy use? But also, do you think any role that big companies can play around that?
Thank you. You mentioned about data, how can local the government and CSOs get data. I think we also forget the role of telecom companies themselves. We have big telecom companies, the likes of Safaricom and all that. It's not like they usually know what is in the information packets when you get SMSs and all that, but they can give us granular data on how women uses mobile phones, things like that. It can help us to be informed on how to assist women in empowering themselves in the use of technology, since most Africans, and especially the ones in the rural areas, they access internet through their phones. Even M-Pesa transactions, things like that is through their phones. So they can help us, they can make that data open, and also let us make use of that information, the data that big data that they give us, to make critical information out of it. How can government and CSOs also make use of this data proactively? Let it be known that you have demand for this data, because most of the times locally, people who have data, including government, which gives us a lot of e-services and usually has a lot of data in custody, they actually have or are obligated to make this data public, or even just proactively giving it out. And I want to say that we usually don't measure gender questions to deal with gender. How are women using government services? Is it equal? Are we designing it for women to better empower themselves, access government services? Much of the statistics that we see them general statistics. Even the census questions, the traditional ways that we used to gather data after every 10 years to measure the population and the progress of people in our countries. We don't see gender disaggregated, gender questions that would give us disaggregated data to ensure digital equality. And this goes hand in hand with also gender-based violence, because when women are not empowered, that's why women are vulnerable, and patriarchal systems continue to persist even when we have policies. Policies are just rules that are implemented by the government, but you also need behavior change from the society, so that it's actually the society that upholds policies. When, for an example, like the Kenyan Constitution, it states that this is the constitution of the people, and the responsibilities of making that constitution live is also with the people. So if the people don't have attitudes, if the people have attitude that actually support technology-based violence and even offline violence, then no matter what policies we have, will not be targeted towards tackling gender-based violence.
I love your last statements. Let's get back to Janet. Janet, can you share any insights from TMC's work on how media and tech policies can be shaped to prevent digital harm? I know you have been doing a lot of research, trainings, and engaging more with journalists and media houses.
Yes, so as TMC, we have a program that is specifically for women. It's called Women at Web. On the Women at Web program, it started from 2021. We release a report every year. And in that report, we had a report where it was about journalists, because we mostly talk about the technology facilitated gender-based violence that is based on other people. We forget the group, the journalists group. We have women who are journalists. These people are reporting the stories, but they are also facing this gender-based violence simply because they are women journalists. So we have a report that is specifically for them. We also have a report that is for women who are in politics. It is the 2021 report. They said the violence that is taking place for men and for women who are in politics, those are two very different things, because the woman who is in politics is facing technology-facilitated gender-based violence a lot more than a man. We can see, for example, right now on the X platform, there is a certain type of AI that, yeah, it's terrible. And as we can see here in our country, the most people who are in politics who have been affected by that are women. They are the ones who are being affected by that specific type of violence. We have not seen men in that aspect, only women, and the people who are perpetuating it, they feel, but the person you are targeting, that's just a person. When it reaches to the fact of violating that person's rights simply because she's a woman, that's no longer you getting back at the government. That is you getting back at that person, because the impact it has, it does not have the impact only on her career. It also has impacts on her life, the people who are close to her. Those comments, as we have different ways of grieving, we also have different ways of handling pain and how to deal with our emotions. So the perpetrators can see that what they're doing is a very small thing, but you do not know for in what depth that can affect someone career-wise and not, because in the report of women in politics, there are some who said that they dropped using the internet at all. They were not able to use it again. Their families were not able, and some of them stopped their political career just ended because they saw it as, this is why they are specifically targeting me. So maybe if I stop being in politics, everything will be fine. That also brings us to a fact that the voices of people who are being targeted by the technology-facilitated gender-based violence are not really being heard. So a person decide, okay, let me just shrink so that this will be over. And that creates a bigger problem because you are shrinking, but that it shifts from you to another person. Imani, can I say something else?
Yes, please.
Okay, yeah, we had last year we were doing webinars on technology-facilitated gender-based violence for groups of in groups of people, different stakeholders, and we came to realize that the capacity building that we are doing, everyone here has spoke of capacity building. These capacity buildings are more also they are fixed for women, but this is not just a women's problem, it's an everyone problem. So we wanted to hear what men have to say about technology-facilitated gender-based violence. First of all, I was the one organizing it. It was very hard to get men to want to participate in that. Imani, you were there.
Yeah.
It was very hard because a man maybe is a journalist and you're saying, okay, there's this and this, we want to talk, and I'll listen. You don't, it's they ask that, what is this about? When you say it is about technology-facilitated gender-based violence, suddenly that person is busy. That person was interested, but okay, they think it's more of a women topic, so they are no longer interested. So a lot of people canceled, but the ones that really participated, also what came out of that, it is that many journalists who are men do not cover these stories because it's taken as a woman's problem. Even among themselves, they'll be telling each other, why are you covering that news? That's a woman's thing, of which is not right, because we cannot say that perpetrators of technology-facilitated gender-based violence are just men. No, they're also women. But the bigger portion is men. So this capacity building should include not just women, but women and men, so that the problem might see, so that the notion that this problem is ours and not a women's problem is pushed more.
Let's take on media landscape. What does storytelling and what role does storytelling and media can play in breaking the silence around tech-facilitated gender-based violence and shifting cultural norms?
First of all, the technology-facilitated gender-based violence is not taken as seriously as the offline violence. It is the harm that cannot be seen because it's not physical. Many assume that it is not there. So when people tell their stories, that's when it starts to click. because all of us here, we have things that people don't know about, and we have stories that we wish no one knows about, or maybe there are a small group of people who know that this thing happened to you. And that small group of people are also not talking about it because they are not sure if you want it to be out there. So there's some sort of secrets. But just if these people could speak out, like this happened to me, I was violated. We have stories that we know that this happened. It has been massive. Everyone knows that this happened to someone, but we do not hear those victims speaking. Maybe one, maybe they are not ready to talk about it. Two, maybe they do not want it to be public because something happened to you online, let's say in digital platforms. Everyone knows about it. It was a story, your photo was out there. It was a thing. When someone sees you, that's the first thing they see about you. And then the story dies down. So a victim thinks, okay, should I talk about this story? Should I say my part of the story? And then the biggest fear is that I will bring it up again. People will start talking about it again. But those victims who have really spoken out about their stories, it has led to people to understand more of the harm that is being done, and others to speak also about it. So because if you hear someone else's story and that same thing happened to you, it brings courage that, okay, this also happened to me. If she can talk about it, maybe I can talk about it.
Can you pass the microphone to Nancy, since she's working around media and information literacy? Janet has mentioned that people who are experiencing tech-facilitated gender-based violence are like fearing speaking about that, especially to journalists. Do you think the way media houses and journalists write these stories are the reason why people are afraid to talk about it?
I think there's two sides to it. The first bit is how we report it. People don't really know how to relate to it. Like it's not a new concept. We're experiencing it, but the trainings we've had, journalists will not even know, even for themselves, that they've been like, this is, tech facility, online violence, or this is violence. This was not supposed to happen to you. Like, so to begin with, like I said, it's understanding what it is and then being able to address it. So even with the media, it's understanding what it is first, so they're able to best report it. And what are the concepts that they're using? How are their stories using gender sensitive language? How do they write in a way that doesn't further oppress, survivors, victims? So it's all this, in first understanding what it is, that you're able to write about it, talk about it in the way that you're supposed to talk about it. Yeah, I think that's what I'd say, the experience that we've had.
Given the rapid integration of artificial intelligence in media and communication sector, what measures should be taken to ensure that AI tools are not excoriating or are not playing a big role in increasing the victims of tech-facilitated gender-based violence?
I think it's first in terms of the content that we come up with, because AI basically mirrors, what it is that you're training it to do, or what you're designing. So whatever biases you have as an individual are the biases that it's going to reflect in the content that you put in it. So it's first knowing ourselves, what it is that we're putting there as content creators, as media, as as users. But there's also the aspect of ensuring that it's an issue for everyone and not just having the loudest voices in the room talking about it, which is usually the case. We're here and you find it's the same people, even when you go back to our countries, who talk about it. We need to be able to take it right down to the grassroots, that people understand that this is online violence. I need to be able to responsibly engage on online platforms so that I'm not hurting the next person. So it's a movement, I would say, that we need to really push, that goes right down to the grassroots, that people understand that once I engage with, my device, it's something that I'm doing to allow a safe space, not just for me, but for the next person. Other measures, like I said, making sure that whatever we're doing is gender sensitive. The content we're creating, the work we're doing with the media, the work we're doing with content creators, the language that's being used and how we use it, the pictures we take, what they're portraying and things like that. So capacity building, we need to like a colleague here said, we need to just we shouldn't get tired of doing that. I know people say, yeah, it's a lot, but it's needed.
Yeah.
So let's just keep drilling in that message so that we get it right.
Okay, we are running out of time. If you have any question, contribution, you are welcome. Yes.
Yeah, from my experience, the tech companies have the multinational ones. I would say, for example, like Facebook, they have staff, East African staff, who are working with civil society on the ground to matters beyond political issues on technology, but also gender-based violence and safety online. I think that's a good example. For the other, that is just for Meta. And for the first time, I'm speaking good about Meta. Twitter doesn't have a presence. Reaching out to them is a very big challenge. Right now that Elon Musk is owning Twitter, they've gotten rid of their trust and safety department. So even reaching out to them is a problem. When you try report on Twitter platform, most likely it will tell you that this is a freedom of expression. But sometimes they don't even respond. Yeah. Meta, you have to go through a series of AI prompted questions sometimes, and it can be so frustrating when it comes to reporting. And it's feedback that we've been giving them so that they also give that feedback to their tech employees in San Francisco. So you see, even with Meta, even if there's that interaction, there's a chain of interaction before you get to the tech designers who are designing the platforms themselves, which means for us it's a disadvantage for us compared to those Meta engineers in Europe, even in San Francisco itself. So I'd say it's not the same experience for every platform, but still, even with every platform, is not an experience that we've not reached where we would like them to be. We also take cognizant of the global changes to platform and platform safety strategies, where now these tech companies are leaning towards governments. They are saying that it's because they're money motivated, profit motivated, and they are saying that working with the civil society is not as they don't get the immediate results. They'd rather work with governments. And for some African governments, our economies, our revenues are smaller than what the profits that they get annually. So you can imagine that if because of that economic difference, when they come lobby, let's say big from the presidency, nowadays they don't even lobby the MPs, it's just the president themselves. You can start seeing that they're now disregarding the civil society on the ground, not working with them. They'd rather deal with the presidency, and you start seeing the cases that civil society are putting in courts are already being influenced with the executive at the executive level. And it's because African countries, our institutions are not that independent. There's a lot of influence from the executive, the presidency, and the likes, and even to some point, even cabinet secretary. So when there's that clear communication and lobbying channels between the presidency and these companies, then what we get on the ground is lack of collaboration. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Any other question, contribution? Yes. Karibu.
And the other kid literally shouted at them, "You cannot be trash into the ocean." So kids here in Tanzania are very violent, right? Because it has been taken into our like education. Now online, now it's become technology. What are the efforts of bringing this topic into the education system? Because the chances that someone that is 50 years old here is doing violence is much lower than someone that is maybe 20, 25, or even like 15, 16. So are there any
I can speak to that. UNESCO's done extensive work sort of in convening, like I said, the multi-stakeholder groups. And one of the issues that has come up as a strong recommendation always, most times, is to have issues of media and information literacy, specifically also against issues of gender-based violence in the curriculum. So to just get that started, we worked with government and key actors to ensure that we have a pillar first in the National Plan of Action for the Prevention of Violence Against Women and Children, a specific pillar on issues of media and tech. And under that, there are key actions that look to ensure that these issues are also addressed or integrated in the curriculum. So we started first at policy level, and now we're moving into implementing some of these key actions, specifically ensuring that it's well integrated in the curriculum down to the lowest level, as low as we can get really in terms of understanding and addressing the issues through schools. Yeah. Do you want to add?
Adding on that also, that is a very good initiative, but as you have said, that these things are being taught, and education is not just in school. We also listen to what the parents at home are saying. We cannot talk about techno-facilitated gender-based violence without saying the issue of the digital divide. Who are you, the parents who are raising these kids? Do these kids hear this at home, or do they just hear it at school? So for Tanzania, the locals, if you want to reach the locals, you need to use radio stations. So we have a program that we have partnered with 4 radio stations in different regions so that we can do the media information literacy, and they can be taught, or rather capacity building to those locals, the parents, on what is technically gender-based violence, how does it work, what's the element, so that when it's happening, they know that this is the face of violence, so that when the kids are being taught at school, they also hear the same thing at home.
You wanted to add, Esther? Yes, Karim.
Yes, I just wanted to add, when it comes to the initiatives that we have been able to rethink, reaching out to schools and all that, we've been able to do the trainers of trainers, and very importantly, strategically using, for example, teachers. We had a program, the Digital Rights for Women and Girls, where we were also doing a lot of literacy on online gender-based violence. And when it comes to extending this capacity building, we rethought about models that were engaging. For example, we used comic books. We produced over 6,000 comic books that was just about a story of Juliet and how she was able to access technology and navigate, technology in a rural area. So when we produced those, we were able to give them to trainers of trainers who are champions of those communities, so that they can relate. So basically, yeah.
Thank you so much. I saw the hand. I will take 2 hands there and here. We have 4 minutes.
Thank you very much. Gando Yuk from UNESCO. Thanks for the different perspective brought in the conversation. Beyond just adding the voice of a man, I wanted also to provide some additional insight to the discussion. And we realize that it takes a whole ecosystem approach to really tackle the issue. And in saying so, it's also to pitch what UNESCO is doing, and the report that we are releasing on 31st, which is the readiness assessment on artificial intelligence for Tanzania. And what is interesting is also that it touches some of the roots that leads to what we are discussing, being it in terms of the ratio of women that are embarked on, let's say, STEM program. Let's say the number of women that are in the tech environment. We speak about AI and the way it's used. How many women are there in the coding or in the algorithm space? So much so that their perspective is also infused beyond just maybe the men in that ecosystem being aware, but how much also of women start to embark in that journey to transform from within. It's a technology that we are mainly importing and using, and a lot of bias we are replicating, including amplifying, bringing our own specificity, the language we use, which is different from what the creator of the tech brought in to so many other issues. So yeah, this was just to bring in, and a lot has been said. We need more context-specific knowledge production research. We speak about technology facilitated GBV, but what is the phase of it when it comes to Tanzania, when it comes to Kenya? What are the figures? Where is it happening? In which language is it happening? And yeah, how does that translate from the online to the physical? And some of this will be also the foundation to start having more action-oriented responses and solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll take the last hand I saw there.
Thank you, panelists, for your insightful. To me, I think the right of freedom to speech is misused, because like now we see an increase in this gender abuse. So my concern is that maybe some of the existing laws need to be reviewed. Like I was in the last panel and they were saying that false news, when those people who are bringing out false news should not be discriminated. So I think this is kind of like promoting. So as an African countries, we should come together and see how to put boundaries in this right of freedom to speech, but because I think it kind of promoting this abuse. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And without further ado, thank you so much for participating in our session. Thank you so much, my panelists. It was so insightful. I just remembered that I didn't introduce myself. I'm Imani Henry Kiluvanga. I'm a journalist and digital rights advocate from Tanzania, and I'm also a podcaster. My podcast is called Dig It with Imani, and it's focusing on digital rights, cyberbullying, AI, and internet governance. So thank you so much for having us, and enjoy the rest days and time for IGF. Kuna picha ya pamoja tafadhali. Panelist.
Say hello, see. Say hello, see. Yeah, hello, see. Yeah.
hearing me. You're not hearing me on audio. Audio is now on. Okay, and off.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. You getting me? Are you getting me? Hello?
Hello, Peter, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm hearing you, but are you hearing me also? Wait, wait. Are you hearing me now? Are you hearing me? Hello? Hello?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. You hear me now?
So we are I hope we are all here for the lightning talk by Peter. We are trying to get to him. He's probably in Nairobi somewhere. His flight got delayed. So just give us a few minutes until we are able to
Yes.
reach him.
Okay, I'm on. I'm here. I don't know what is happening now. Hello? You hear me now? Yeah, I'm here. I'm seeing you clear. I'm seeing you very clear. Hello? Yeah, I'm seeing you clear, but my screen is not shared. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, my screen. Yes, my screen is not shared. Hello, I am. That's my screen now. Yes. Yes, that's my screen. Yeah, hello. Yeah, okay. I'm not seeing the. I'm muting myself. You hear me now? Hello? Are you hear me now? I'm on mute now. You hear me now? Are you hearing me now? What is he saying? Then he said, I'm not hearing you. Yeah. Yeah. Hello? Do we have audio? Hello?
Peter, we are trying to
Yes, the
sort
audio,
out the audio. We can't hear
yes,
you for
audio is
now.
not, yeah. Yes, that's the thing. I'm seeing the same thing here.
But in a few minutes, we should be able to sort it out.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Yes, hello? Hello?
Hi. We are
Yeah,
we
hello?
are checking the audio, the room audio.
Yes. Are you hearing me now?
Hello.
Yeah, I'm hearing you, but you're not hearing me.
Like, we can hear you, but it's not in the
Hello, you hearing me
room.
now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
In the room now or outside the room?
No, outside the room.
Oh gosh. So what do I do on the setting, or what should I do on the setting, or what?
No, it's the problem is here.
It's from my side or it's from your side?
No, it's from our side.
Okay, I'll wait for you. I'm on a standby, please.
Yeah.
I don't want to keep our guests waiting. But my slide, are you seeing my slide clearly?
No, can you resend it again? We can't see your
I should
slide.
send it. I should send the slide to
It
you.
was
I'm
there.
already
Yeah,
sharing
Peter,
this.
hold on. We
it
are
was
not
there
able to
just a
hear
while
you.
ago.
No, he's hearing me. The studio guy is hearing me. He's communicating directly with me. So what do I do now? Should I send the slide to you to use it inside, or should I forward the slide to you?
Just yeah, send us a slide. We'll try it from here.
The slide? Okay,
Can
good.
you close
Give me 1 minute.
the presentation? Can you close the
Okay.
presentation and reopen it again? Let's see. It was there.
Okay, I'll do that.
While
Let me
ago.
do that.
Yeah, now
Yeah,
it's okay.
so
Can see it. Yeah, we
now
can
it's
see it
open.
now.
Okay, so then you take control of it from there now. Take control of it from me.
No.
Or
You can present it. We can see it now. Just
okay.
put it
You
on
still can present
that
now?
screen. Yeah, we can see it.
Okay.
Let's
It's
fix the
okay.
audio problem now.
Okay. Are you still seeing it?
Yeah, we can see your presentation. Yeah, we can see it.
Uh, are you still seeing it, Clay?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah, it should be
You
okay.
can hear me now? Audio
Yeah, we can
okay?
hear you. Audio okay.
Okay.
Yes, Peter, we can hear
Okay.
you now.
Okay, thank you so much, guys. Am I good to go? Let me know from inside, please.
Yes, I think the room is set.
Okay, so I can start now.
Yes, Peter, please do.
Number one, thank you very much.
Can
And
you
I'm very happy.
slide mode?
I should put in the slide mode.
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, I'm good. Are you seeing it clear now?
It is okay. Yeah.
It's okay.
Oh, okay, so I can continue. Okay, so good day, everyone, and then thank you very much for making time for this section. Before I start, my name is Peter King. I'm from Liberia, and I represent the Liberia Internet Governance Forum. Today, I'm unfortunate. I'm stuck up in Nairobi, and my flight is delayed. Sorry for me not being in person. And so to just go straight to the topic of the day for this light talk session, which is unlocking borderless connectivity, harmonizing digital public infrastructure within the MRU region. I'm sure this region is a region that is not very known or very popular in Africa and in West Africa, but it's a region that is made of 4 countries in West Africa, which is Liberia, Sierra Leone, Guinea, and Ivory Coast. These countries fall within the Mano River Union, which is a river that connects these 4 countries. Just a brief introduction about the name Mano River Union. I hope I'm very audible and clear in the hall there. So this is the idea of what we want to talk about today, that in the aspect of a digital public infrastructure, we hope to see the Mano River Union connect in this kind of manner. And this manner means that they'll be able to set up data centers, they'll be able to share interoperability things within the region, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Guinea, and Ivory Coast. And everyone in there can see the importance and the need for a borderless digital public infrastructure that is important for Africa and within the region is also vital. These are the countries, as I mentioned to you initially, as you can see from the countries, is Guinea, Sierra Leone, Ivory Coast, and Liberia. Liberia was the lead in the setting up of the Mano River Union, which has been in existence very, very long before even ECOWAS as as a regional body for trade and economic issues. So this is what we look at in terms of our research and finding within the region. We realize that there are key challenges, that is fragmented digital public infrastructure in the region, and that is about digital divide within the Mano River region. The key challenges sees, as you can see right here, is in terms of the fragmented systems. You have the lack of interoperable digital public infrastructure, that which is hindering cross-border trade and mobile money transaction and e-government services. People from these countries should be able to move easily, just how we're in the ECA, which is the Economic East Africa Community states as well. But it's not happening easily in our part where these digital public infrastructures are non-existent. We also look at the idea of low connectivity. Low connectivity, only 36% internet penetration within that particular African region, which is compared to 67.4% in the Asian side by ITU in 2021. The MRU region, that is in terms of Liberia and the rest, lack further due to infrastructure gap. There's a huge infrastructure gap that makes it very, very difficult for these things to be easily interoperable. When you leave Liberia and go to Sierra Leone, you must change your SIM card, which is very, very strange. We have the same network. We have Orange operating there, and we have similar systems, but it's not interoperable. The two regulators and the 4 regulators have tried to meet, and we believe from the MRE standpoint that this is important. And also we look at the high cost, the mobile money transaction high cost across the border cost up to Scupo 7% of transaction value in the MRE region. This means that versus 1 to 3% within East Africa, according to the World Bank report as well in 2024. We look at the issue of e-governance barriers. The e-governance barriers is very, very key issues within the region, which is all about non-operable digital ID and data system, limiting regional services delivery. When you leave from one end, the need for easy access is not possible. Within the ECOWAS region, people move from Ghana and you can get a digital ID and you can move across from Ghana to Nigeria. And these are all things that we realize within the Mano River region is a hindrance as well. The issue of data points. Data point is also a very major issue in the region, which is only 28% of West Africans have access to mobile money interoperability, according to the World Bank report in 2024. Okay, so this is it. We look at a comparative analysis, also a digital public services stories in versus MRU gap. If you look at the East African community, the interoperability is very, very high, which has a feature of the M-Pesa. You have easy payment system. And for the MRU applicability, if we adopt that, the shared payment platform for mobile money, it will be also good. They'll also look at the issue of the Smart Africa Alliance, which is moderate, which in terms of that, it helps continental digital ID, data exchange framework. And in the MRU region, if we implement worldwide, the digital system will also help, which we have not done. If you look at the UEMOA, the high is high in terms of operability, is very high. The key feature here is the interoperability of financial systems, which is also important in terms of cross-border e-businesses. It's important that these are the features that it's going to be looking at. In the MRA region applicability, we see the need for harmonizing financial regulation for MRU countries like Liberia, Guinea, Sierra Leone, and Ivory Coast. This is important for us to do. Then we look at the current situation in terms of operability is very, very low in the area of fragmented mobile money, limited e-governance services, and also there's a need for urgent to unify the deep digital public infrastructure within the region. This is also key. The next one for this section is also the issue of we in the system of our research realize that there's a need to building a borderless digital MRAU. Once there's a borderless digital MRAU, these are the solutions we think will help. One, we need to look at the interoperable mobile money system, where when you are in Ghana, where you are if you are in Ivory Coast, you can be able to have access to it. If you are in Guinea, you can be able to have easy interoperable or mobile money system. If you are in Sierra Leone, you can have the same thing, as well as in Liberia. This is the case of the Ghana GIP, which is very important that is being utilized. Then we look at the system of a unified digital ID system. This is also important as a solution. When adopted, we'll see a borderless interoperable digital public infrastructure within the MRA region, which is for the idea of the MRU-wide digital ID for seamless e-governance in trade. People moving from one border country to another will have a less difficult in terms of movement. And then the other issue is to ensure that we can have a regional data center, which is to share renewable power data centers for digital sovereignty, in the sense that the need for digital centers within the region is very key. If we can have, in the region, there is a huge need for power to move this kind of a system within the region. Then we also look at the issue as a solution to have policy harmonization. When the policies within these countries have been harmonized, it also goes to help the broader ECOWAS region as well. That is aligning with the AU digital transformation strategy, which is a continental strategy that needs to be applicable within the region of the MRAU, which will see a trickling effect on the ECOWAS region as well. The other we also think is a solution is to ensure public-private partnership. Yes.
We have been having technical issues. We lost you on the first slide, so probably you can continue, but be more elaborate.
Okay, so I'm on the proposed solutions now, which I've left. I left on the first slide. I'm now on the proposed solutions to unify the digital public infrastructure framework in the MRAU. I hope I'm okay to go from there. If not, I can go from the beginning again, just faster and get to this point.
No, I think we've lost quite a lot of time, but you can proceed, but you can just
Okay, so I will soon get to. So now the last point for this slide is the innovation idea. The MRA Digital Innovation Hub is also another idea that will be a solution for youth within the region to have a digital public infrastructure solution, leveraging Africa's 70% youth population within that particular region. This is what we look at as a vision for digitally connected MRAU region. We look at financial inclusion issues. We look at regional trade. We're looking at the issue of e-governance. We look at the issue of youth empowerment to create 10,000 jobs within the MRAU from a digital innovation hub by 2030, which we believe is a way to get a digitally connected MRA region. Our call to action on this particular harmonizing for digital connectivity will be for government, in terms of governments within the region of Liberia, Sierra Leone, Guinea, and Ivory Coast, to harmonize the digital public infrastructure policies and invest into infrastructure. The regions, apart from Ivory Coast, all lack an effective infrastructure to ensure this. We also look at the private sector, which believe that it will help to partner to innovate and also fund digital public infrastructure solutions. Then we look at the role of the civil society aspect. The civil society within the region also need to ensure enough advocacy for inclusive digital rights, because our role as civil society within the region is to ensure that we push issues to government to ensure that, yes, inclusive digital right is a must within the region to ensure that we can have a digitally connected MRA region. And the last point on the call to action is also to ensure that the youth are in the lead in innovation through the MRA Digital Innovation Hub, which we are proposing as an important step towards a digitally connected MRAU in terms of digital public infrastructure. When these are done, we believe that, yes, there will be a way to ensure that, yeah, the MRA region can see increase in increase in mobile money access, increase in regional trade. E-government services will be enabled almost about particular percent, even if not about 30%, because most citizens are moving across daily from Liberia to Sierra Leone, from Sierra Leone to Guinea, and from Guinea to Ivory Coast. And this is also important for the region to ensure a borderless and also move to a digital public infrastructure within the MRA region, which is lacking behind. This is a core. The MRU region stands at a digital crossroad. Fragmented systems are not just technical barriers, they are economic and social hackers. By harmonizing digital public infrastructure, we can unlock borderless economy where financial inclusion, empower community, e-governance transcend border, and data sharing fuel innovation. So these are some of the things that we believe that in our research work within the region for the past 5 to some number of years, we have realized that when we communicate this to our broader society, they will see where the MRI region stands and what need to be done to see a way forward in terms of inclusive digital right within the region vis-a-vis the issue of digital public infrastructure to ensure connectivity in a borderless manner. Thank you so much. I open the floor for any question, and I also like to bring in some 1 or 2 experts for intervention if the time be. But this is the time for question or any clarity.
Yes, I think from my end, we have about 29 minutes. I would like you to go back at least on the first slides so that
Yes.
the team can be able to get context on what exactly
Okay.
we were talking about.
We were talking about. So what we were talking about from the first slide was the issue of unlocking borderless connectivity that will ensure a harmonizing digital public infrastructure within the MRA region. So in this case, we discovered the following as the challenges. Everyone understands the need for digital public infrastructure. In our sector within the MRA region, as I said initially, the MRAU region is made up of 4 countries, and these 4 countries are Liberia, Sierra Leone, Guinea, and Ivory Coast. Very, very much been in existence for quite a long time, even before the existence of ECOWAS as a regional group. Our research revealed that these are the key challenges: fragmented systems, low connectivity, high costs, and then e-governance barriers, and data points. So these challenges in terms of what they have had a serious toll on the region. And this is because, one, if there's a fragmented system, there's a lack of interoperability of digital public infrastructure, which hinders cross-border trade, mobile money transaction, and e-governance services within the region. There is a huge low connectivity within that region, which is Liberia, Sierra Leone, Guinea, and Ivory Coast. There's a low connectivity within the region that looks at 36% alone of internet penetration across board, which is very, very not in the right space.
Peter, you're done? Okay, I think we dropped Peter, but of course, just to put into context, we are talking about leaving no one behind and looking at the region that Peter comes from. I think he mentioned about 4 regions and some of the initiatives that they have been able to do. And so as we wait for him, I think we can be able to just, break down the challenges, looking at the fact that we are all in Africa and the laws and policies that have been, being developed for the African region still also now should be used by such regions that are somehow not there when it comes to digital transformation. So when it comes to, of course, us breaking down the conversation and building strategies on how we can be able to move forward, I'm very happy to open the floor for any discussions, but as well, on what strategies can we actually come up with to ensure that Africa as a region is digitally transformed in that sense. Any reactions? Any suggestions? Any thoughts? You can just have an open conversation.
Okay, thank you. My name is Elisa, and I'm from Tanzania, from the Personal Data Protection Commission. When it comes to integration of information systems, there is issue of data sharing, and some of the partner states, I don't know, member states, they do have data localization laws which hinder the data exchange. So what we can do maybe first is to have like harmonize the sort of framework that will allow the exchange of data beyond the borders. And then because when it comes to local laws, we do have different laws which do not allow maybe to send data beyond border without some sort of permission. So what I think, even if we are coming up with some sort of solution applications, we have to consider first on how the laws are going to impact that particular solution. For instance, what was presented is some sort of integration of systems and different sovereignty, where they do have different laws which will impact actually the flawless sharing of the data. So the first thing is to harmonize the laws that we do have, all the frameworks. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I'm back online. Hello. Yeah. So more. Well, I think another question will be okay as well. Was it a comment or was it a comment or a question? I was off a little bit, please.
It was just a comment.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, so thank you so much. Yes, there are a lot of regulations, and I can update you that there have been consultation within the region on for regulators with, for example, the Liberia Telecommunication Authority and the Sierra Leone Telecommunication Authority, as well as the Guinea Telecommunication Authority on the process of interoperability of the network areas as well. So we are making this position based on the fact that we believe that that region have been an underserved community, and the region needs to also get a par with a level of digital inclusion that will help to ensure that people or people within the community there can also enjoy the need to have access to quality internet, meaningful connectivity, and as well as affordable internet. So thank you for the intervention, and we will also add it to our report and send it to the broader authority that are working on policy issues.
Thank you. Jason from Tanzania, the ICT Commission. You spoke about the unified digital ID.
Yes.
And we all know digital ID is, we can agree, is the bedrock of everything, every initiative we are talking about, going from e-commerce, data exchange, and everything. I wanted to, and it's a good initiative you are presenting, a unified digital ID across regions, especially in regional blocks, and probably even Africa itself. I don't know the level of digitization of identity in independent countries like in the MRO region we are talking about.
Yes.
What's the level?
Yes. Okay.
Before
I get your
talking about-
question. Yes, I get your question. Yeah. So to just answer your question or to give you update on it, currently as I speak to you, I'm working on the digital ID digital ID research within the region, but with specific case of Liberia. So there is a huge progress within the individual countries. But as it is, there's a huge fragmentation. And so your point you just raised is very, very important. We advocate for a unified system. We believe it starts with the independent countries having a very important or very high level of policy to make sure that it can all come to one position. Because if you go to Sierra Leone, the same process of registration of SIM card, bank requirements are all implemented. But we're looking at harmonization where people from Liberia can have an easier way to get register your SIM or even get to have a SIM card that can work within the region. So once the data collected in Liberia is shared with the other regulator in Sierra Leone, it's easy. You don't go back there again to re-register. So that's a nice point you've given. But then there are progress within each country, and we as the research group, we believe that once it's unified, we believe that it to have more impact than the independent ones that are being, utilized within the various countries.
Yes, thank you, Peter. Any other questions or? Yes, we have one from Lindsay.
Hi, you've mentioned being inclusive and the digital divide. I just want to know how you are able to do all that, because that's a very big problem.
Yes, okay, yes. So the need for digital
Africa.
inclusion, yeah, the need for digital inclusion is very key to a holistic approach in Africa. If you go to many part of Europe, no matter the country, they are all having a high level of digital inclusion, including all persons with disabilities. So, as our proposal for as a solution, we believe that it might sound very big, but as it is said, that is a journey of thousand miles start with a single step. So we believe that these proposals are not something that is impossible, but with a very very well structured roadmap, it can be achieved for the betterment of the region. Because as it is, most of you might have not heard about the region before, and today, as you've heard about it, it do exist. They have a head office within Sierra Leone, and we have been working on getting a more attention as a civil society group to ensure these policy documents can be proposed to ensure that yes, this can happen for a better movement, a better digital public infrastructure that is shared and that is okay for the citizens.
Any other questions or reactions? And as we are actually thinking about that, Peter, in terms of having these digital IDs, I would say they require, let me call them big infrastructures, which we currently do not have. How are you looking at that? And then as well, when it comes to the digital IDs, I think that is something that we have tried in East Africa. But of course, looking at the fact that we have different laws and policies, what do you say about it in terms of security?
Yeah, yes. As one of my point I raised was the issue of digital data sovereignty, and in terms of storage or in terms of even with powering the system, we do need to accept the fact that it's gradual, and then this is an idea that is very very not in the space that is happening in other country. So our solution, we believe that is a solution that can help. And once we look at it in a more beneficial aspect, we do believe that it's all about funding. Once the funds are available, and then the justification from each for within the region, because as I did propose also, we need to look at the issue of public-private partnership that we not only lay the burden on government alone, but then we do have big telecommunication company that are working within the region, and we think that these kind of ideas are good for them to tap within it. So it's something that is doable, and we believe that policies will be updated to ensure that they can accommodate such an idea that would also facilitate faster and easier integration for a borderless connectivity within the region.
Yes, thank you. Just to put into context the conversation that is going into the room, Peter
Yes, I'm
is
here.
sharing about digital public infrastructure for
Yes,
borderless connectivity in the
in the
MRU region.
MRU region.
Yes. So we have been able to have a presentation based on the research that he is doing with the team. and we are on Q&A and of course submissions, just to build on the research that he is doing, and of course building strategies and seeing how we can be able to work together as Africans for Africa to, you know, build our digital transformation and see that, you know, at the end of all this that we are, you know, doing, having conversations and dialogues, we are able to have a free space, a digital space that is inclusive, and that is, you know, affordable for everyone. So still, again, I throw back the ball into the room. If there are any suggestions or contributions to the conversation, yes, you can just raise up your hand. Any other? Oh, we have one, Peter, from the room.
Okay. I'm on standby.
I'm Tito from Tanzania. I would like to know how the infrastructure development in those countries has been reached, like the digital highways, because digitization starts with infrastructure. How are the governments there involved to develop unified infrastructures to enable the digitization in that region?
Yes, so I hope you are hearing me very clear. Yes.
Yes.
Hello. Okay, good. So you realize that even with not even with only in that region, in Africa as a whole, there are a lot of regions that have issues of digital infrastructure. Our research has revealed that this is the problem within our region, and we have made some proposals as a solution in terms of public-private partnership to enable the easiest setting up of this kind of a system or structures. So it is more like we are advocating that yes, we need to have more infrastructure built within the region. So as to how, we believe all comes down to funding, and as to whether it's feasible, yes, it's feasible within the space where government believe that yes, 2-3 years from now, we shouldn't have issues. When you leave from Liberia to Sierra Leone, you still have to change your SIM card. You shouldn't be able to, when you leave from Liberia to Guinea, you shouldn't change your SIM card. When these data setups are set up, it helps to facilitate easier trade. It helps to facilitate easier transaction through mobile money, and also lead to increase in financial inclusion. I mean, for me, I'm presenting this particular document, I have visited all the countries within the region, not just by flashed, but within period that are enough to study the challenges in the digital space that is confronting the region. And our proposals are very simple, that yes, government must tap into the telcos that are operating there. We need to see within the region the strength of each country. For example, within Guinea is giving a lot of strong impression. I mean progress in terms of energy. We can have a data system where we can have Guinea alone powering this data system that can help everybody to feed on it. Sierra Leone is also taking the lead within the area of digital innovation. We can have a system where the Mano River Union Digital Innovation Hub can be set up to enable talents, youth talents can be tapped from that particular hub. So these are things that we believe that when put in place can help the region. And we will continue to advocate as a civil society organization that is doing more research in the region to propose these topics or these issues to government to ensure that, yes, the need for interoperability of digital public infrastructure within the region is key on the agenda, as the digital age is not waiting for anyone, is moving at a pace where you need to put in the quality and the proper infrastructure to ensure that, yes, everything is working for your country.
Thank you so much, Peter, for that. Based on again what you have shared, I still have a question.
Yes.
I think you're mentioning the word interoperability.
Interoperability, yes.
Yes, and that is very key when it comes to data governance.
Yes.
And we also need to realize the fact that Africa has not yet reached a position where we are building our own technology, and all this technology comes from, you know, the West. When it comes to management of this data, how will that look like? Maybe you would answer that. I don't know if you've got
Yes,
any.
yes. You know, for the issue of management of data, we do believe that we have a lot of capacity building programs within Africa in recent time to train people on the importance of data management, data sovereignty, data protection, data privacy. I believe that the step in that direction would be to build capacity more, because despite the West is the bedrock of data in terms of structure, we believe that the level of knowledge gained by most people in our space in Africa in recent time is the beginning to ensure that yes, we can see an Africa or a region where our data sovereignty is key, our data governance will be taken to another level. So I believe the need for interoperability of our network, or interoperability of our digital public infrastructure, is key, because when the need for digital public infrastructure is key, the interoperability of it is the easy access by everyone at no cost, and as meaningful and as affordable, it will make services easy. Because if for example in East Africa, if there are enough digital public infrastructure, countries within that region will not need to have more structure built, because it's built not for one, it's built for all. So the interoperability aspect comes within that. It's easy for Kenya to tap within Uganda. It's easy for Tanzania to tap within Kenya. So in the same vein, we are talking within the MRI region, we need to look at the same kind of tactics to ensure that yes, we can have a digital public infrastructure where it's easily interoperable, and it will help us to have a borderless connection, and also help to harmonize. In the beginning, it will help to harmonize policies. And the next thing is to help us to not have issues in terms of cross-border trading, in terms of transaction, in terms of even with the issues of people having to get internet quality within the region. Because once the system is set up well, we don't need to have more around. That is the idea already.
Thank you. I think as we have reached, I'm not sure what time is it.
It's almost 8 minutes to time.
Yes, if there are any other questions. Oh yes, we have two more.
Yeah, we should make room for that. That will be okay.
Hello, my name is Alvin, and I have a question. You
Yeah,
spoke
Alvin.
about transaction and the interconnectivity between the four regions. So, in terms of transaction, is there any unity or unified currency among the four regions? That's my first question. And how are we going, even if I'll be maybe, yes, you will be shifting from one state to another one? You say that there should be no changing of SIM cards and stuff like that. It should be unified. Then, in terms of currency, are you planning to also to do the same? Yes, in terms of the interconnectivity.
Yes, so let me give a clarity. It still happens. If you leave from Kenya in fact, within Zambia and Malawi, they use kwacha. But you don't need to change your kwacha to Zambia kwacha and then get the Malawi kwacha. It's the same. So transaction will become more easier, that if you're in Zambia, you can easily transact with somebody within Tanzania or within Malawi. It's the same system I'm talking about in the MRA region. If I'm in Liberia, I should be able to send money overboard to someone in Sierra Leone. The currency does not change, but at least this transaction, it becomes seamless. So the idea is to ensure that yes, but it's not possible now. And number two, we have the same operating networks within the country. We have Orange as a telecommunication company in Liberia. It's the same Orange is also in Sierra Leone. So why can it be an interoperability platform where people in Sierra Leone can send money directly to someone in Liberia without going through a lot of processes and charges? So once it's interoperable, it's easy. It reduces the fare. It reduces the hassle in terms of transacting money. It also reduces the process of people being and hijacked by maybe armed robbers in the area because you are moving more cash. If I want to travel from Sierra Leone to Liberia, I don't need to carry more cash on me. I can seamlessly transfer it to Liberia whilst awaiting me, just how you send in Western Union MoneyGram. So that is what we need to look at as a spaceman within one sector to other parts of Africa, because the need for interoperability is to one, give more access, affordable, and also easier movement within the country without carrying much of a cash around. I hope I make a point.
Yes, I've understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, for the insightful clarification. I have a quick question. I'm not so sure if it's going to be out of the context, but this emerging concept about AI public goods, and we're now talking about digital public goods. Do you believe that there are some synergies between the two concepts? And if that's the case, to what extent do you have tried to incorporate this concept of AI public goods in your context? Thanks.
It might not be the same, because when it comes to artificial intelligence, you look at issues of policy in terms of integrating it in any platform. So I believe that when it comes to AI integration into digital public goods and AI as a whole, it's a seamlessly not the same. And then the structure set up for both will not be the same. So so strongly, in my opinion, I think that there's a long way to go within Africa to ensure that yes, the integration of these processes or this technology will take a long way, because I can tell you for free that even in my country and even in Gambia, there was an issue about AI doubling money. And that tells you that we need more education, we need more experts to ensure that yes, we don't take the technology as face value, but we also take the technology in terms of how impact is on our social and our economic factor in our country. Our mentality in terms of using this emerging technology also has a huge impact on us, positively and negatively. As I said, people were sending money to system, they thought they were doubling the money because they said it was AI. So as you go to integrate this particular emerging technology, think about the impact on the citizens in terms of appreciating the technology to the extent that it worked for them, then for the technology to work against them. Many people were sending their money because they told them on radio that the money will double. And they said it was AI. So you can imagine. So, and people, carelessly did that and they regretted. So as we go towards technology inclusion in terms of digital public infrastructure, we also should look at the implication on our selves in terms of how it will impact us positively or negatively, because you could integrate AI into a system where you don't understand the impact on the receiver, because it keep emerging. Now some of the AI are sleeping. So how do you ensure that it's working best for you is another issue as well. So for the question you asked, I think it's in place. It's going to take a long way to get to see it they both as the same, but they are very far apart. And integrating this emerging technology require a lot of policy issue and a lot of sensitization in terms of how people will use it and appreciate usage.
Thank you so much, Peter. I think that has been quite an elaborate conversation. We are on top of the hour. And Peter, I hope I've done justice to the session.
Thank you so much. And
Yeah.
so before we leave, I would like to say, because I'm not impressing, so before we leave, I'd like to say a very big thank you to the IGF Secretariat, all sponsors and partners, and everyone that has made time to sit there and listen to this particular presentation. I say God bless you and thank you for sharing your thoughts and your position statement on this research results. So thank you so much as well. And you as well, Esther, thank you so much for moderating the session. And it was quick, but at least you were able to do it. So thank you so much as well to and everybody in there as well, the technical crew and everyone.
All right. Thank you so much. And I hope you're still making your way here.
I'm here. I'm 6 o'clock. I will be in. The flight is just delaying me. I'm in Nairobi now. I think about 2 hours I'll be in soon. Thanks so much.
All right. Thank you. I think that the rest of the people in the room will catch up when you arrive.
Yes.
And have a safe flight. And thank you so much to the rest of the team in the room.
Yes. Asante and karibu sana.
Good afternoon. Habari. Karibuni sana. Welcome so much. We're just beginning shortly. Our speakers, if you could please come here. We appreciate you for making the time. Yes, you know, it's lunchtime, but this is a beautiful setting where we'll get to know each other and everything will go well. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Sabila Karsan, Secretariat Coordinator of the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance. But also, I've been in the space for almost 10 years. So one of the young products, Tanzania, born from the internet, from the cafes to everywhere here. So introducing this workshop has been personal to me because I have seen the evolution of the payment systems before M-Pesa with my grandmother to now M-Pesa with my nieces. So it's an interesting feat. So for that, I would like to welcome my panelists to introduce themselves, and then we'll have a small chance to introduce all of ourselves here in the room. Karibuni-san.
Interesting, no? Okay. So my good names, I have a government name with Mbazi Marisa, but I go with the name Marisa. I am a Tanzanian youth. I'm basically a Gen Z myself. I work in a consulting firm called NIRA. So what we do basically is working with governments, working with private sectors, working with multinational corporations to deliver technical advisory services, but also not limited to research and evaluation as well. So for the past 5 years, I have been trained as a sustainability expert. I'm a forester myself, but have been practicing business development, have been practicing youth initiatives, I've been practicing youth diplomacy, and also I have been practicing project management, both at the institutional level, in the regional level, and at the international level as well. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Titus Matata, and I am a portfolio manager and machine learning engineer at Magnum Holding Company. So we're based in Tanzania, Dar es Salaam, and thankful to be here.
Thank you. And if we could use this moment to introduce ourselves here in the room so we can get familiar with one another, and then we'll dive in.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Enes Mafuta from Zambia. My work intersects between conformity assessments and also telecommunication advice. I work briefly on standardization with relates to quality of service and performance, as well as emerging technologies. Yeah, so basically I would say I'm a consultant from now. Yeah. So on an international level, I happen to sit on various technical committees within the international telecommunication. And one of them right now is the Digital Public Infrastructure DPI. We are currently doing some works around DPIs in various working groups around cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, and smart cities. So, and last but not the least, I'm a member of the Africa Youth IGF and also Zambia IGF. Thank you.
It's afternoon. Let me stand up. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Leila Masanga. I'm working with TTCL Corporation. The assistant manager for the enterprise business. We're based at Samora Avenue, Telecom's house, but during this AIGF, we are sponsoring with the free Wi-Fi internet that has a very huge capacity for over 2G capacity, meaning you can all enjoy the free Wi-Fi. And if you have any queries, you can just come to us. We are all around here. And you'll find engineers wearing these green reflectors written TTCL. So they're all here to serve us. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Eno Elisanko, and I work for the Personal Data Protection Commission in Tanzania. Is the director of technology and the research. So pretty much what we do is to see how technology is impacting protection of personal data and privacy, and to come up with some solution that we can combat the challenges of technology actually in those areas. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jacqueline, originally from Scotland. I've been living in Tanzania for 5 years. Then I went to Mozambique for 4, and I've just come back. I'm currently studying after 30 years in corporate, and I'm studying AI governance. So this has been fascinating to hear what's happening in Tanzania and in the African continent.
Good afternoon. My name is Oludayo Kewo. I'm from Nigeria. I work with the telecoms regulator in Nigeria. I'm a lawyer and I'm one of the legal advisors to the executive vice chairman of the Nigerian Communications Commission. It will be nice to hear what you have for us this afternoon. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Wamim Kachume from the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology. I'm one assistant director in the Policy Research and Innovation section, responsible for all matters related to the preparation of the policy of our sector. You are so welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Engineer Wanamisi Mikidadi from DEM Group. This is a contractor. We deal with, we are in different industry, including electrical, ICT, mechanical. So we have different projects with the government and also with private sectors.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sylvie Siam. I coordinate an NGO in Cameroon.
Good afternoon. My name is Abdul. I'm senior software engineer from Natkin Company Limited. So that explains everything.
Thank you very much, and we are very thankful for that introduction. So I would like to begin with a simple question. Since we are all friends here and we know about one another, who owns infrastructure of trust? Or what does this mean? From the room, I've gathered we are from different perspectives and different multi-stakeholder approaches. I myself am also from the technical government. From the technical issue, I work with government as well, but also have a networking background. And I remember when we were pivoting from 4G to 5G here in Tanzania and getting the dividends of it. This came because infrastructure is a collective or common purpose. It's for everyone. You know, a road is created for everyone to pass. And it's based on the principles of interoperability. Either it's by foot, either it's by a car, motorcycle, or anything. It is important. And now we are transporting human ingenuity. They say mostly that a public good has a personal cost, but a social benefit. And that is the issue that we're asking today. DPIs, digital public infrastructure, digital public goods. And what is this digital infrastructure that we are talking about? Back in 2018 or 2020, we were pivoting to 4G, I remember. And we used to swipe the SIM cards. It used to be free, but it was a collective stakeholder who was the government and the people doing a personal cost to a social benefit of connectivity. And I am the dividend of connectivity. I have learned through the internet, the core stack of it, and understanding it all. So as we are here today, we are discussing about finance and digital public infrastructure and what finance is. Finance is defined as the flow of information and risk. The risk is first missing the infrastructure. As Swahili we say, without a road, you don't know where you're going to. So it's important to establish this. But what are the characteristics of the road? Maybe it's tarmac, maybe it's cement. When it comes to the digital infrastructure, it's the actual cables. And all of the world, almost 80% is still connected by submarine cables. So what's that infrastructure that we have? We do have wireless, we do have low Earth imaging orbits, now and satellites that help in connectivity. And we do have all of the grandest technologies that you can go deep to the ocean and up to space in having this infrastructure of connectivity. But what we miss is the ownership and definition as Africans. So as we were creating this session, it was about us as young people. We have already seen what's available. We have already seen this 5th generation cellular connectivity and the new wireless fidelities. But when it comes to policy, and policy is a people process. Without people, policy is empty. And without policy with people, you do it blindly. And having the community, the technical community, the civil society community, a different multi-stakeholder approach under the theme of internet governance shows us why we are here. And I like to usually define internet governance as a multi-stakeholder process where each one of us can be here as a user of TTCL, you know, the end goal, our telecommunications officer, with the free internet, which is not quite free, but there is the social benefit that we have altogether. It shows that these different coordinators, the engineers, as young people, the different civil society, and our international aids come together with one collective innovation that is the internet. Because you understand, my parents and I experienced 5G and 4G and 3G, even 2G at the same time, honestly. But it did happen. It happened in my lifetime. It's because some people actually built this. Infrastructure is actually built. But in the next fourth industrial revolution, as we pivot to these decentralized and more open communication, let's pray a lot, especially for us as technologists, to understand first, how do we build infrastructure? And good infrastructure is the one that's usable. And usability is created by openness. And openness is achieved when people can trust. And I think this is a small intro to understand the whole scenario that we're doing. Because the greatest risk is not having the infrastructure. We need to have our own infrastructure so we can redefine and see how we start with ownership and then we can pivot to utility. Because in the end, in the OC model, our model of IP and internet protocol, we're still in the application layer. But we need to be in the physical layer. And the physical layer actually takes an infrastructure we trust, own, and can collaborate. Today, there are almost 5.03 billion nodes online with a domain name system. These are IP addresses active online. And for those of you who might want to know more, ICANN is here, but I know the engineers here. You can understand that. So 5 billion open, decentralized, autonomous with interoperability. And it took almost maybe 60 years since the days of DARPA and ARPANET. These were the academia institutions who created the infrastructure that we have. At that point, I would like to welcome Mr. Titus. Mr. Titus, you spoke about being here as a Tanzanian youth. I think we have discussed a lot about payment systems, how they have grown. And me and Titus used to, back in the day when we finished university, we liked to understand about the startups. So part of this, the inspiration for this was how can we find a stack of technology that's open for all of us to use? Back then, there was no TIPS. TIPS is called Tanzanian Instant Payment System. It is an inclusive payment system that supports different technologies to be able to send finance instantly. It was born out of the need for mobile connectivity for Africans because we redefine the way we interact with money and everything. So Titus, for you, first, give us a small history, how much you have seen the Tanzanian space grow. And secondly, share why is it important to have these systems first, open, interoperable, and how do we define trust as a parameter to gain us through that? Karibu.
Well, thank you, Gabriel. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for being here. And then I would like to get on to your questions. And one of the things that you can clearly see in the vicinity of the development of the internet, especially in Tanzania, since from 4G, I mean from 2G, 3G, and now we are into 5G and even pushing the boundaries of having more robust means of communication. Tanzania as a country has evolved very much, and right now we thank the government. It's been very helpful in building these new infrastructure programs and data centers and equipment that actually helps interoperable communications within the public. So that's one of the things that has actually really changed. And with regards to what we have been, as you said, the operations that we were trying to build, which we had built trying to implement something of the sort of tips. But 5 years ago, this was very difficult. You can imagine, because even the amount of people aware of this, the resourcefulness of the technologies was not very much. So the pushback was a lot. But right now, you can see that a lot of youth are being empowered by the government, and they're being able to build new software. They are building new programs and new platforms that engage in education, fintech, and all these other industries. So there's a very sharp distinction right now, and let's say 5 years. And I would like to say that that's in general the whole of the African continent. That's how it's been evolving. So that's been a good thing. Yes.
Thank you. And that's a good evolution that we have had. And it answers to our question, what is an infrastructure of trust? It's an infrastructure with accessibility. And when we go to payment system, I believe this is a very intimate thing for all of us, because since M-Pesa, we have been facing a lot of challenges, but also a lot of sights and vision to understand how much we could actually localize it. Because the principles of the internet are three as a network: openness, open to everybody can get in; decentralization, that you do have the autonomy from each end device to authenticate what it means. And this is how you achieve security. And as much as we know the characteristics of any cybersecurity system are CIA: confidentiality, availability, and integrity. And I believe these are the same principles which need to be at any stack. In terms of Tanzania, DPI, Digital Public Infrastructure, is part of the national strategy, the digital strategy here, not only ensuring that we have last mile connectivity, but we have use cases in that connectivity. We had the Honorable Minister or Deputy Minister today who introduced that we'll be having a digital ID system called Jamii, which will connect directly to opening new avenues of opportunities for all Africans. Because when we talk about a digital public infrastructure, you're talking about the whole stack and how we partake and participate in this. And for that, I would like to welcome my dear friend here who has experience in civil society as well as diplomacy. And just to elaborate, Mr. Marisa, what do you think is the role of civil society, young demographics, to ensure that first, what we have, example tips, or example the open systems we have, first of all, can be inclusive, and second, could have a benefit for the government and all the young people?
You raise very good points. So for me, I look at this in this way, looking at the data of what's the UN is saying about Africa, which is quite very evident. More than 70% of Africa's population is under the age of 35. But if you look at Tanzania's population, we have a very younger population, right? More than 70% is under the age of 35 as well. But also, if you look on what the Economic Forum is saying, by 2030, youth will constitute, Africa's youth will constitute 42% of the global youth. And by 2100, more than half a quarter of youth will be from Africa. So you can imagine the potential that the continent holds. But the question is, are we developing the capacity, not building the capacity, because the capacity is already there? Youth are trading in the internet. Basically the internet is now the new furniture for the youth. Like, they sleep in there. They do everything in there. Communications, jobs, all the economy is run by youth through the internet. But are we developing the capacity for them? Yeah. But also my other burning thing that I always see, which is quite very evident looking into the space, how intentional are we to ensure that this population absorb this entire process? Because if you look here, what we have here in the room, I do not know who are the participants online. Not sure if we have the under 35, the vast majority, right? Now, what's the intentional action there? So I would say the role of the CSOs, the role of even the corporation as well, because most of the organizations are now working with youth. And basically, if you hear a lot of HRs, or if you hear of a lot of employers, they'll be like, oh, youth are cheap. And most of them are naive, so they would go for anything. But how intentional are we not to take them as cheap resource, but to develop their capacity for them to add value in the journey, and the value chain gets very strong. Because if we are not sure, we will just I completely understand what you had said. Like Africa is not emerging, Tanzania is making all things, which is very important, and I agree with it. But my point is, there's got to be more, and more to be done is when the youth are included in the value chain. But also, is the culture positioned to absorb the talents or to develop the talents for them to be in that value chain and to contribute fully? Because if 20 years to come, I will be 40 something, right? And you're looking at, I am a small little grain out of the 77% or 70, more than 70% of Tanzania's population. Now, are we sure the vast majority, now it doesn't, okay, it's the rule of thumb, not everyone will contribute, but the cake will be shared. That's how it works at the end of the day. But for me, it's just the intentionality, because if you look of what I'm seeing in the gram, if you look at what you're seeing in the online, I'm like, are we ready for what's coming? Because if we're not sure as well, this thing can also be very dysfunctional at some point. And for me, this functionality comes to maintenance, comes to like the whole entire, would you say, in terms of the internet, right? But the usage is one, but can we also, like, what's the intentional to observe? So for me, to cut the story short, I see the huge role of CESOs. We have colossal number of organizations, and even the larger corporations could use their foundations to rally youth around. A lot of banks like CRDB, they're doing that. Stanbic, there's an incubation hub, which they are doing that to ensure that, like, I know at some point they're working with youth. So the larger corporation could also do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you raised quite an important question about accessibility. But let us never confuse abstraction to action. Because in the end, we do have payment systems such as M-Pesa, where local Tanzanians and local Africans who use their indigenous language can interact with these systems. But why? That comes because someone is intentional in solving their particular query and problem. And in a design of any particular system or infrastructure, the first thing you go for is usability. And usability is people-centered. And I usually like to give a big example about TIPS. TIPS is under the Bank of Tanzania, the central bank, which is not very far from here. It was a mechanism that they created because they saw the problem of how people were interacting in terms of finance. M-Pesa came, but it was very big. And M-Pesa came because people started trading cellular cards for money. It didn't come as a business aspect for people understanding that people want to share this risk and money. There was already the risk and the money, but people took it. And then the technical community with the civil society, with the telecom, came together to create this financial system, which is M-Pesa, which is remarkable because in many other parts of the world, there are different systems that use different mechanisms, but M-Pesa is cellular based. So we piggybacked on the 2G and 3G technologies, which were here to ensure that the next phase is finance. Henceforth, abstraction and action are two different matters, which we should continue to understand. The issue with TIPS as well, which has been characteristically good, and now if I might give you a secret, Rwanda is opening up their own mechanism with the ARA switch. TIPS is also a payment switch that helps inclusive and interoperability payment system. And Kenya are passing through the same phase of building their own payment switches, even though Safaricom was the pioneer of M-Pesa, but still it's very difficult today to send from my mobile wallet to a bank. But we do it here in Tanzania, and we have done it in those years. But still, with the 70% of young people, 35 and under, but they know the intent and the use cases. But this brings it back to the multi-stakeholder nature of things, because multi-stakeholderism connects the user, the technical person, the government, and civil society to understand that, first of all, we are people, and people need to deal with particular elements. And now I'd like to pivot to our online speaker, Mr. Sabelo Zimu, who will give us the legal ramifications of having an infrastructure of trust. Sabelo is from South Africa, and he is a master's student who deals with AI as well as these frontier technologies. Sabelo, if you can hear me, first I would like you to introduce yourself, and based on what we have mentioned here, linger on what is important in maintaining an open, interoperable payment system, and give us a picture of South Africa. Please, if you could welcome our online speaker. As we wait for Sabelo to join us, I would just like to ask the room, how many of us use a phone? I believe all of us use phones, yeah? How many of us use mobile payment systems? Cellular-based mobile payments like M-Pesa, Hello-Pesa. How many of us use internet-based systems? How many of us use cards in payments? Yes. So for Tanzania, it was very difficult for us to use cards. And I'll just give you a simple, it's a cultural thing, you know, we didn't quite believe it in the swiping and everything. But when M-Pesa came, we pivoted to that. And this has been quite an abstraction that we're still figuring out in the world today. How did this happen? So I would like to ask you, just share your own perspective. Why are you comfortable using a system like M-Pesa? And does it fulfill your intent? We are all friends here. And when we have these insights, I think we'll get to pivot to our conversation, because this is how we'll understand that it's open. And the question in itself is, why do you trust to use the system? So anybody who would like to begin? M-Pesa is a mobile payment system. Yes, here in Tanzania, which uses cellular connectivity. Yes, I believe you have something in Cameroon similarly. I believe you have something similar in Cameroon. Yes, yes. So because it's my friend, I'll put him in the spot.
Thank you, Gassan. Okay. So in my case, in my experience, let me just share based on where I'm coming from in Zambia. If we take a look at in the year back in 2009, 2010, mobile adoption in terms of mobile money wasn't a big thing, more especially in Southern Africa. But as years evolved, it became like the major factor of, it became like the mode of payment for everybody. So now, for me, how I use this system, or how Zambia has been using this system, or how best the people have been using this system, is because number one, it's about the trust that they felt that this system can, this type of method can provide a way for them to send money and also to help them with their daily needs and everything. So coming back to Tanzania with M-Pesa, one thing that I love about it is that it's deep rooted in the localized content. When I talk about content, I'm talking about the language which is being embedded to, which is Swahili, because almost the entire population in Tanzania, they speak Swahili. So it's very easy for mobile adoption to spy into other regions, because the type of method that you're using to deploy these mobile services is in the language that people can understand. So there's a level of trust in using M-Pesa, more especially in Tanzania. But going back home in my country is that there is another sector of society that they feel mobile payments, whether both a basic feature with USSD platform or internet, there's that lack of trust, because they feel, okay, if I put more money in my Airtel money, money will just disappear. And there have been instances where you put maybe money in your Airtel money, you find tomorrow you have been deducted. You don't even know where the money has gone. So there's that level of trust in the other societies. But on the Tanzanian side, I think it's rooted in their cultural relevance and also their cultural values. It began from somewhere. So I don't know, Kasani, how many minutes I have. I just want to also touch on coming to digital DPIs with what we're dealing with. So connecting back to digital DPIs and mobile money. I'm sorry, Kasani, I've also gone into other topic. I know I won't have this chance. Yeah, so coming with DPIs and mobile money, I feel innovations around digital public infrastructure have evolved, and also there are gaps that have been lacking over the years. And there are what we call traditional systems that people used to use and are no longer using them, but some of them are still using them. And they are also part of a society that are using these big tech system and everything. So now, for us to be interoperable, to use these mobile system for both the local indigenous people and also the already established societies, I feel there is a way to encourage standardization. Okay, to encourage standardization that speaks most about localization of these systems. So, and also to encourage more Africans to participate in these local standardization efforts, which we are currently lacking. So my take on these mobile adoption and everything, I trust them because I started with them. I know because in Zambia, I've got 72 local languages, even though Airtel money in my country is in English. It's something that I've been using and I trust it. And coming also from the Tanzanian's perspective, I'm sure the people here is because it's very easy. The mode of deployment is in their language and they do trust it. So I feel there's an opportunity for other countries also to get the Tanzanian perspective on how best they have done it, also to copy on what is being done. Yeah, so just my perspective on that one. I hope you want the support again.
Thank you very much. And for all of us who are joining us, you're welcome. Our session is Infrastructure of Trust. It is a simple policy debate where we are discussing about the evolution of digital payments as Africans and as we learn from different people. As we said, and I will reiterate, right here in Tanzania, we do have a module and example of a payment switch called TIPS, and that is what we were discussing. My colleague here from Zambia was sharing about their different perspectives, because part of this gathering here is to understand ourselves and to share best expertise. I believe that we must design infrastructure for inclusion, that everybody can access it, never exclusion. It's true that we still face a digital divide, and not all of the Africans are connected. And even the goal of having an interoperable and instant payment system is to achieve inclusion, to bring the next demographic. Because when we say we want to bring the next 1 billion of people online, we need to bring them with these values, with these value sets which are important for a life of a normal human being. It's the life standard. When we talk about utilities like electricity, like water, they were designed to harness or to improve the life condition of every human being. So now in this question and age, the question of digital finance is also a way to standardize and increase the value of life. And as my colleague mentioned here about standardization, standardization is a format of building compliance. We do this for trust so that we can have an infrastructure that works for us all. In the design of TIPS, they created a dossier across different people to understand in Swahili, what is it that you need? What is the challenge that you're facing, so that we could increase the value, so that I could send little money to my grandmother in the village. Because even though she doesn't want to speak Swahili, she speaks some other tongue. When the M-Pesa message comes, she's happy about it. And that's a wonderful aspect of it. And now I would just like to hear from you all. What is this infrastructure of trust? This is a policy debate, so welcome all to share your different perspectives, the challenges you face, but also the different recommendations and insights you might share for us as we build this infrastructure of trust. As we have TTCL here and different engineers and different youth, I believe that the key and end goal of our session is to have a collective insight on how we push it. For me, it is trust. And trust is a human characteristic. It is not learned. I believe it is innate. And as we design these infrastructures, the architecture needs to represent the act, but also it needs to represent the intent of the people. So please welcome for those who would like to share any of their reflections.
Well, Gabriel, I think whilst we're waiting for people to lock in and come up with something to speak about, maybe I wanted to iterate on something with regards to DPI, digital public infrastructure. Is that in plain language, we were talking about the financial services and how big firms are able to capitalize on data through digital public infrastructures. We talked about M-Pesa here. And the thing is that what we're trying to advocate is to create or to regularize the market in such a way that no big players have the monopolistic tangents with the data. So we want everyone to be inclusive. We want it to be inclusive to the youth. We want it to be inclusive to all age groups. Understand? And we even want it to be inclusive to the demographic of builders and entrepreneurs and risk takers coming from Tanzania to be able to capitalize on these infrastructures, because as we said, when we're building an infrastructure, you expect everyone to use it. Sometimes even, the goats will cross the road, but they're using it. So we want to be able for each and every individual, all of us as Africans, to be able to capitalize on, tap on that, and be able to use our data, our own data, into building even more efficient and productive equipment and software and things like that. So back to you, Gabriel.
That's a great thing you add. And my friend here is an economist, so he is always on the side of capitalization. But any good has a characteristics in economy. Any good has a different characteristics when it comes to the economics. There's the element of scarcity and availability. First, for anything to be utilized, for utility to be there, availability has to begin. And availability is created with different conditions. We want this digital infrastructure to be available and protected by the regulation that it stands for the people that it serves, Tanzanians, Africans. Because in the end, everything is available. But as my brother mentioned here, is the capacity available? The capacity has to be initiated by agency, but any agency that is interconnected. Same as how the internet was created. It is a public good, as we believe. It started from academia, DARPANET, and it crossed since the 1960s here in this lifetime to an element that the internet feels like an extension of who we are. Our phones now are an extension to participate in the fourth industrial revolution as life. But when it comes to flow of risk and finance, this is where the question arises. Mr. Marisa, Titus, my friend here, mentioned the role of capacity, the role of legislation. As a young person here who uses these different public ecosystems, what do you envision the future to be? First, as a user. Second, as a member who has to pay dividend to the government. So as a Tanzanian here, please share your insights.
Well, the future is bright if we travel together. I know at some point I'll get in trouble, but I mean, you'll protect me. But there's also I'm keeping on saying this because we have this internet, we have all these resources, we have this infrastructure, but how does this enable us to commercialize what we have? And if you look even at the statistics, you'll be surprised. There's a lot of entrepreneurial activities founded by youth, led by youth. So the dividend, if you look at the value chain of the revenues in governments, youth have played the colossal input, could be even more than 70%, right? If you look at the whole value chain, for me, how I look at the future is if at all we develop the capacity, not build it. It's already there. How do we develop the capacity of what's available to commercialize? You're looking at what is happening on the space of the funding on the way, even you're saying on the startups, you mentioned something of the startups, where if you look at all the startups, most of the startups, not all, they are built in such a way to receive something somewhere. But where is the commercialization? Research has been done. We are very good in doing research, Africa. There's a lot of research ourselves, but also policies. There's a lot of policies that have been made. Actually, we are even trying to make one today to even recommend. But for me, I'm a big believer that funding follows function. There has to be a function for funding to come. But if for a function to work, there has to be a system and flow. For a system and flow to work, there has to be a content, and content is made by what? People themselves, which is us, right? So the future looks the future where a lot of like good money will be flowing in the space, if at all the borders will be open from Africa, like the African free trade market, if at all to be operational, like fully operational. If you look at the trade corridors and COMESA, EAC, SADC, if at all we leverage on what's available, which is incredible, right? If we try at some point develop the capacity of like for people to be aware, because you'll be surprised. We have this internet, we have all these things that are going, but where is intentional actions? Because I assume like I'm a youth, right? I am a youth indeed, but I'm saying like assume I'm not privileged even to go to university. So I may get myself to Facebook with no intention. But Facebook is not only a place where you can post pictures, and tell people that I have had a nice supper. You would be like, you'd connect, you'd be surprised. I even got some other gigs or jobs, even consultancy. I maybe like part of my job is to recruit experts to deliver high level jobs for the government or for the clients that we work with. We get them in LinkedIn. Sometimes you don't find them in LinkedIn, you find them in Facebook. You don't find them in Facebook, you got the Instagram until you get their numbers and they will share their CV, and then you put so also those things. So I'm a big believer that if you audience that you are working from at your own space, if we get to be intentional about what we have, it will be very functional. And if we develop the capacity, saying, okay, Marisa, you can develop this policy, but how can we make it more actionable? But not copying and pasting things that are working in Nigeria, because Nigeria culture is different. Not pasting things which are working in Zambia, not pasting things which are working in Abidan, which is okay. So or South Africa, because when we find it interesting and we're trying to copy it, because so I feel like there's also that culture in Africa that we have been entertaining it for a while, which is good. But the intentionality of things, that is what's gonna make Africa in particular, or this thing that we have, more functional. That's what I see in the future.
Thank you very much. It's true we live now in a marketplace of ideas. That is the core element. The flow of ideas, the flow of risk. The fourth industrial revolution now is based on technologies such as artificial intelligence, blockchain technology, 5G, fifth generational cellular connectivity, and 6G, but also big data. All of this is value. Just a simple example, Amazon, or most of the big tech companies now in the world, were able to gain success because they started on a stack that was available. There was a government that provided particular infrastructure. There was internet, even though it was dial-up connectivity, but it was there. There was a big and strong academia community that built these technologies as HTML, software-based networking. It was always there. So for people to tap in and to commercialize, some aspect of it was available there. Personally, it is a high cost, but collectively, we see the benefit and the gains of it. And thank you, Marisa, for sharing that. It is important to see the agency and the value that we create for this. But I would really like to welcome now the Q&A session and just linger on simple questions. If you could change one thing in the design of the payment systems and the infrastructure we have today, so we can have an inclusive future, what would it be? That's the question I have for you. Because we are here because we wanted to design the future of payment systems. There are things like WhatsApp, Super Pay, which are really changing fast. The way on how we interact with money, with blockchain-based financial systems such as Bitcoin. Everything is changing, but it is changing the cultural element of the human species. It is changing how you interact with information, risk, and yourselves. And if we are to design something that will be sustainable, that will be based on aspects of inclusion, which will also fix the difficult barriers that we face, what will it be? So please, audience, I welcome you for questions and for your reflections on the matter. You can raise your hand if you have any questions. Karibuni sana for questions. Reflections?
Asante. I've initially introduced myself. My name is Leila, PTCL. I want to contribute on the end user perspective. Like, if we have the infrastructures, we have the internet, we have the capacity. The thing that I believe we can make better off is the transactional charges, because sometimes the reason we rely on those payments, it's the mobility of the process. Sometimes I have to send money maybe to my family, but imagine the process of moving with cash and going to do all those transactions. But I can use the mobile transaction because of the mobility of it. But sometimes the transactions are really heavy for the end user. So I think as we are going on in developing these policies and the infrastructures getting better, the transactional charges should be more concentrated on, because for it to be used, because we are not just talking about here, the people in the room. When we focus on the financial inclusion, I mean, we are supposed to come with a solution that touches even the last user in the village. So imagine that burden to the end user of sending and receiving the money and all of that. So this, I believe we can just see how we can make it easy in the process as we are going through this financial inclusion.
Thank you very much. And she mentioned a great point, because accessibility needs to come with affordability. Because if I have to go with a car somewhere and I have an additional cost, it is hurtful intentionally. So thank you for that. Good policy should be affordable, and that's how we build accessibility. Welcome.
Well, thank you. I think it's so amazing that the line of thought she had is the same line of thought that I had, but rather I was thinking not just locally, but when we need to talk about cross-border as well, because it's not just, let's say, Tanzania or one country, like to the next, like to the neighboring country, but it's like the whole of Africa. So that's a very good that's a very important thing that needs to be addressed when it comes to cost sending money to the next country, but it's also around all, because we are talking about access, we are talking about things are available, but like can we have more, how can we have more openness maybe from the government when it comes to, let's say, someone might suggest a good solution, but then it's also like on the implementation side mostly, like how can we speed up the implementation of whatever policies that we'll come up with or whatever suggestion. So yeah, I bring it as my point, but it also is a question.
Thank you very much. And just to build on that, she has mentioned about the role of cross-border flow of data. And this is a key element for any flow of data anywhere, because even in the EU, with their framework, they worked because there is cross data flow that supported the e-commerce market. So thank you very much for those wonderful insights. And as we build this infrastructure of trust, we need to have great cross-border information, because even now, is the internet truly cross-border? You can send an email to Slovakia right now and it will reach, right? If the DNS is right. So the internet is already built in this interoperability flow of cross-data flow. We have a simple joke in the stack that when the multiple layer came to the internet, that's when the borders came. And that is true. Means that we need to engage with also the politicians and also the technical people to understand that this stack is created as a membrane of permeability for every participant, especially the end users. Because when you cross the border, that is when you can really consolidate its scale. And with the economics of scale, you can gain advantage. So thank you very much. Anybody else with a question and insights?
I just have a question, given the topic is on fast as well. I think there was a Carnegie report last year about the fact that as we are seeing increased financial, we're also seeing increased exposure to scams. And like it's something that I'm stressing about all the time, even for my parents, you know, like telling don't do this, don't have to do it. And I'm wondering, what do you envision is the responsibility of all stakeholders, you know? And I'm not saying like, oh, let's go and set awareness campaigns and how. Always put the onus on them if we are the ones that are actually inadvertently exposing them to this test. So what types of initiatives or ideas we all contribute toward, sure that as we are scaling, we're also ensuring that scaling is happening in a manner that is safe for users.
Thank you very much. You spoke of the element of security, and this is true. The worst link always in a cybersecurity chain is the end user, which shows that we really need to build so much capacities to the end user to understand. It is your responsibility to protect yourself. It is your responsibility to protect your own body, your own physical body, you see? So it's your responsibility to protect these resources, but you need to be capacitated. Hence, capacity building opens the minds, opens the utility and the functionality of everything. We could boost more in terms of capacity building. That is not just a rhetorical element, but it taps on the local indigenous nature of who are actually utilizing in this supply chain of ideas and the flow of technology. It is important because we do have M-Pesa and we face a lot of scams. They have been very difficult, but I have also seen faith in how much people adapt. It's not an educational level thing. It's just an innate thing. When you have a home, you know to lock your doors. You might not know where you get the padlock or the type of key, but you know it is your responsibility to lock the house because you have something of value. You're responsible for it. And with each responsibility comes the element of accountability. So if we could do this and ensure that capacity for each and every one of this available infrastructure is computational, integral, but also highly localized by having their indigenous aspects, this does work. I'm very faithful in that. Any of you would like to add on that?
Yeah, and with regards to that, and I think the way the technology advancement, the way it's going right now, really it's going to be up to us to be aware and to be wary about online scams and misuse of information online. And really from my perspective, rather, there's only two ways I can see this being done and done in a very efficient manner. And that would be the government should highly engage in limiting and controlling the amount of data flow within the country, basically, so that there are countries that have managed to cut down on several issues about scammings and online cybersecurity problems, and they've done it so well. And with the advancement of technology, well, I'll also speak from my perspective as a machine learning engineer, is that it's easier, as the world is advancing, it's easier to tackle online phishing or any cybersecurity issues happening through machine learning. And that will be a major helpful resource going into the future. So I think one is the government. Second is, building enough and having enough talent to be able to develop better systems that can outmaneuver scammers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll just like to add on what he has said. Tanzanian instant payment system is based on a technology, open source technology called Mojalu. They brought it here and they localized. It also has an open source tracing and data tracking mechanism called Tazama. You can Google this. These are concepts of seeing different technologies of the stack. The government actually ensured that today when I send money to the wrong number or somebody scams me on my phone, I can actually call my telecommunication agent and they can help me in resolving this because there's a payment switch between different aspects, the bank, the telcos, and other fintechs. But the intermediary is the government that deals with this dispute mechanism. And this is a mechanism that is built on tips. These were the features that they saw that we do need to have a particular flow of intervention because we are in the marketplace of ideas. And it worked based on technologies of the open source nature, that is Mojaloop and Tazama. Because when we say open source, it means that it's okay anybody to intervene when it comes to solving a particular problem. We call it man on the loop or human enforcement, at least. So the government in Tanzania has been proactive in creating these security protocols and baselines. And I think that is a good, valuable example.
My question was similar to hers, but I just want to share this story. Maybe it's going to be relevant. My name is Najma Matengo. I work in information integrity. So my father, it happens, my father has been involved in many online investment things, and one of them is called Pi. And so I learned that he's in different WhatsApp group, and there are so many people participating in this. And apart from that, I've heard of different schemes where like Bitcoin. So this is called Pi Network. So my question goes to, the information that we're talking about, trust. And I'm looking at this, these people are spending their time, they're thinking they're investing. There's no any connection with that investment with the government. How, and they're hopeful like after 5 years, I'm going to be rich. And my question is, how is the government interfering with this? Because people are spending their time, they are spending their phones because there's something you need to do, mining, I don't know. It takes like so many time, a lot of time and charger. And it's a loss if it's not going to happen. If it's a scam, it's going to be a loss to so many people. So I think also when we're talking about trust, we should look at this side as well. And I think it's also impossible to remove the government here because I think with the kind of population we have, people will trust more the government if they interfere into issues like this.
Thank you very much. And as much as I'd like to respond to that, I would like to welcome our colleague here from the data protection area, to Tanzania data protection area, to respond to that. I think he's best suited for that. Welcome, sir.
Okay, thank you. I don't know really if I can respond directly to that because it was kind of like directed to the government, and I don't think if I can speak on behalf of the government.
Just from your perspective.
But what we do in data protection mostly is to make sure that most of the systems that are used for particularly processing personal information secure by design and privacy by design. In case there is anyone, for instance, you talked about your father, if they do have any issue regarding their information being misused, what they can do, they can just kind of file a complaint to the commission, and then we have a special unit that can handle that particular complaint, and they will investigate and figure out exactly if there is a misuse of personal information involved, and the action will be taken. So that's what we do, and that's the way we can handle on behalf of the government, that they can just file the complaints to the commission, and you can do it online via our website, which is www.pdbc.go.tz, and there is a link to file a complaint, and then the investigation will take place, and it will be handled accordingly. That's what exactly we do at the commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm very sorry for your father to deal with this, but it's not common. We have all been scammed here. It happens in different kinds of way because we don't. I know. That is true. That is true. And I do agree with you because our ears do not have, you cannot close your ears to somebody who can commit fraud to you. And it's very difficult to commit fraud because it's me and you, my word and yours. That is true. But having a data commissioner here or having a law, it means that in some particular way, we do have a brick that needs to consolidate. And I'm very happy you raised this question because this is what this session is about. Those personal pains that our generation passes through to understand that why it is important to have an infrastructure of trust. How did you come here, man? With Bolt? Yes. Yes. Yeah, yes, but you did trust the road that you came here with, right? Or everything was right. You saw the police or the traffic commission, but everybody had some sort of communication that was right in using that public infrastructure for you to come here and be intentional and mention that. Who is there responsible for that road? You are, because you pay taxes for it in one way. You see, because the road is amoral, it's inanimate. Without you and your responsibility, nothing happens there. So we have the personal characteristics first to use our voices as action so we can create trust. Because trust might not be represented by the English or Swahili I might speak, but it is above that. It is created as a pillar of society. And as we designed these architectures, let us reflect these human elements in act. Because when we have human agency based on security who understand why am I connected, even though you might not be able to know you're scammed or not, but to recuperate, to be accountable, and to have systems that can actually prove that this is wrong. So we will take note to that, and we're looking forward to having more capacity raised in ensuring that security is the biggest element of trust. Security is a big element of trust for any infrastructure, because you need to work through its security, but secure it in the next generation. And first, you can trust it does the thing it's meant to do. Well, we are out of time, and I thank you to be here. I'll just welcome my panelists to share a 1-minute parting gift to all of you, and maybe we can close. We'll come here together for a group picture. Beginning with you, Titus. Make it short and sweet.
Thank you. Well, I think with regards to the whole internet governance, I believe we all have the duty towards achieving a brighter future with the internet, and we cannot be certain of what we can achieve, but I'm pretty sure we can push probably the probabilities on our side. Push the pins on our side so that we can be able to come out and having a useful and a meritable internet connectivity across the African continent. So, thank you.
So for me, I believe before but I also wanted to add on that. So I think there's a vast majority of victims on that. So may I look at the social engineering, why people are looked at comes to the education system, the social system, the whole pyramid stuff. And I think we as African, we're very good at saying the government should and must and will and must and in, because I feel like it's a lot of I can imagine I myself in that institute, it's a lot of work for the government to do everything. So I think the government themselves is only should regulate. Hence, we should come, and these organizations, all these things are depending on what the land is available. They should act upon and raise awareness. The awareness is there, but it's raised. But also, why people are going to those things at some point, even the younger generation comes. That's what I was gonna say. How are we gonna make this work? People should work at the end of the day. Yeah, so the internet is good. So for me, basically, let's have the liberal mindset of saying the government will do this, but I also have a part to do. And this comes with entitlement. I think at some point we as African, we are very entitled with things. If we just see it like there's someone uncle and aunt pale kando, so you just also want to. There's also that thing. So let's do that and work hard. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. In our session, we have learned a lot of insights today. That security is important because it does build trust. Utility and availability of infrastructure has to be based on this security. But first of all, let us be quite integral in who we are. Because remember, the internet is a civic space. It is a public good for all of us. If it's a public good, it means we are responsible for it. And it's only as strong as the ties we have together here. Because it's an infrastructure connected by nodes. But who are behind the nodes? Who are behind these computing systems? It is us. So as we build the digital future for the world, as we build Africa's digital future, let it be open in our hearts. Let it be sovereign, and let it be designed for all. this is how we can really create an infrastructure of trust. And for that, I would like to share my warmest appreciation and thank you for being here. Give yourself a big warm applause.
Hello. Yeah. Hello.